Thank you, Tohu. Thank you, Tohu. No, it was, I forgot to to fire up my preamp. Classic problem I have. Hello, everyone. Hello. It is I, Almantas, former professor of sociology, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. And I need to give thanks to the follows to Invictus227 and let me make sure I get this right. we underscore. Thank you for the follows. Invictus, I thought you were live. I had to double check. I was like 75% sure you were literally actively live when you followed me. I was like, what's Blood doing here? But yes. Invictus is a fellow old man VTuber. But yes. How art folks doing? This is a little bit unplanned. I didn't publish a schedule. I was debating not doing a stream tonight at all because, to be completely frank, I was having a kind of bad day. I was really debating not being here. And fundamentally just kind of comes down to the fact that I was just really worn down from the last week. It was an interesting day to come into. I'm debating whether or not I bring it up later if I just go right into it. I may as well just go right into it, because we're already 15 minutes in. The big topic, right? The big topic of the day. The big topic of the day, which is VShojo dead. VShojo dead. They're gone. Like, it's... Or at least mortally wounded. And... That is big news. They are the only corpo I actually had a meaningfully positive opinion of. I don't know if they're the only one I had any kind of positive opinion of. There might be some others who I don't have anything particularly negative to say about. But, actually I should say, there are some that I don't really have an opinion on. But, yeah, they're smoked. They're smoked. I got the slow trickle of information, and I'm glad I didn't post initially because, we absolutely had some more information come forward. We had some more information come forward as time went on, but at the end of the day, they they're gone. They're smoked. There's something to be said about the question of what led to this. What led to them getting smoked, to them being doomed in this fashion. Yeah, I think that's the thing to be said for it, right? There's multiple competing explanatory factors, and I would even call these like entire biases, right? There's obviously a bias that a person might have towards assuming that this was entirely the fault of individual greed, which it might have been, or broader institutional factors, or structural factors that no company could possibly escape, or externalities that are outside the realm of what they could have possibly or reasonably predicted. Those would basically be like the gist of it, right? Those are explanations that are so abstract that it's, those are like hyper abstract factors. So they're like hyper abstract explanations. And I am most interested in a bureaucratic leaning explanation, right? That's kind of where my brain goes, is looking for some sort of bureaucratic structural explanation that there's something in the company culture and the company's decision-making processes that doomed it. Hello, Lore Master Sotek. We're opening up with a casual, light, easy discussion of the total death of the most trusted name in VTubing. How are you doing, Sotek? Sotek is wonderful. Sotek is wonderful. Let me give this shout out to Lore Master of Sotek. Lore Master of Sotek. This is a somewhat, not entirely, but somewhat unplanned stream. I didn't actually post a schedule at any point. I would like to do a hand cam stream, but I am having a bit of carpal tunnel issues, so I'm trying to take it a little bit easy on the hands. This one, and what hit me was how rapid it was. I'm really shocked by how fast it was, especially because I am myself a very slow moving person in my life. I was, I like from the time of Mousy releasing her statement to every single talent leaving the company was like 12 or 15 hours, including people who weren't even officially talents, like Barry. Like Barry did a 2-hour long stream talking about her feelings about like this afternoon, right? Like not even 24 hours later. Iron Mouse was the load-bearing support, right? This is something that I had said before when some of the other talents had left, like Matara, was VShojo is Iron Mouse. That's what the company is. It's so synonymous with the company. She is so critical to the company's talent that, like, fundamentally the company, the promise that they have to any other talent is this gets you in touch with Iron Mouse, right? Right, yeah, you're correct, Tricio, you're correct. Which I think showcases a poor corporate strategy. I think that there's a lot of unknowns at this point, to be completely clear. I think there's a lot of things that we still don't know and might not know for a while. But she was the main thing, and when you have a talent that is an individual employee that is that important to your business model, because this happens, right? This happens. Companies have this issue all the time, where one client, right, one account makes up an extremely large percentage of your entire revenue stream. First of all, that means that everybody else has this kind of anxiety-inducing job of trying to figure out a client or an account or something that allows you to diversify that portfolio a bit. And then the main thrust of everybody else's job is figure out how to make sure that that client never leaves. And in the case of it being like a client that you're selling to, right? If you've got if you're a contractor and you've got the one client that you make all of your money off of and it's not the government, this is very nerve-wracking, right? This is very, very nerve-wracking, and it means constantly sucking up to them and figuring out ways to get them as comfortable as possible at all times. And then if it's the other way around, where you have a key employee, which is what we have here, right? This is what we have with VShojo. You want them to be invested in the company, and it seemed kind of surprising that they didn't give her at an absolute minimum, straightforward profit sharing, if not ownership shares, you got to slap the golden handcuffs. You got to pull out the golden handcuffs at a certain point. Like those become very valuable. That's why the golden handcuffs exist, is to protect you from situations like this. And that's not what they did. As Tohu alluded to, and this is something I've heard from a couple of people, it's possible that VShojo simply didn't make enough money to meet the financial demands of all of their client relationships, right? That they put themselves in the producer's situation, where there was no way that they could have paid anything. And that could just be simple incompetence, or just the sort of not even inevitable, but a reasonable result of the kind of race to the bottom, or to the top, if you are like me, of trying to keep your employee relations strong enough, of doing what you want, of doing what is necessary to attract talent. The other possibility, which I think is quite funny, so we'll see, but it would be very funny, is what if Iron Mouse isn't enough money? What if, in order to sustain the corporate model of VTubing, you need to have VTubers who make more money than Iron Mouse just to run the model? Very funny if that's the case. I have never looked at Hololive's books. I know that Niji is solvent because they are functionally taking money from their talents. Their talents are functionally donating to them, and that's actually kind of core to their business model. Yeah, I've never looked at Hololive. I've probably spent less than 5 hours of my life thinking about Hololive, and most of it is just being unimpressed. All right, if they've got shareholder reports, if they're publicly traded, they've got shareholder reports. Well, we'll see. It's my prediction at this early point in history, is that VShojo, is that other companies are going to have to demonstrate in some ridiculous way that they are more trustworthy, and more easy to work with than VShojo. And that's going to be a tricky bar, right? That's going to be a really tricky bar to clear, because VShojo was very successful at burnishing a reputation as being the good VTuber company, right? They were very successful at that image management and at convincing people that they were a company that was better to work for than the alternatives. Actually, hold on. I may as well just read this out. This is Lore Master of Sotek. The biggest thing to me is I feel like this situation is a consequence of the VTubing sphere's somewhat obsession with secrecy and anonymity. The idea that truly absurd strict NDAs or predatory contracts are accepted as a consequence of valuing someone protecting your identity instead of being good financial partners. Like, it really seems like corpos are just foundationally have some icky structural concepts. Yes. Lore Master hits on something I think is really interesting. I had a good conversation with... I shouldn't say a good conversation. I listened to a good lecture given at at Offkai by Duran of Lucid, who is a lawyer. He is a lawyer. He is Lucid Multimedia's owner and general counsel, and he made a point that contract work requires that you make contracts with somebody, and that eventually has to be a flesh and blood person. There is a and there's a person, there's a flesh and blood person at the other end of the contract, and that can eventually be a corporation, right? That can eventually be a corporation. You can use LLC shielding, but you can only do that with LLCs from 4 states, and I think you want to use Wyoming. I think is the one you want to go with, Wyoming or Delaware, depending on your values. And for me, I think I'd prefer Wyoming over Delaware. Wyoming, Delaware, Nevada, and I forgot the 4th one. And you want to be, otherwise you're going to have, somebody has to be a flesh and blood person, and that can be your manager, that can be a lawyer that you work with, that can be yourself. And if it's going to be yourself, that means that you're going to have to do something like have a really brutal NDA clause on your contract. And the that's so that you're right, that like this whole thing around secrecy and ownership, yeah. Yeah, no, these are good ones. These are good ones, Lawyer Master. These are good ones. She clearly didn't join VShojo for money or structure. She joined to have gen mates and to have another barrier between her and the world that would have access to her identity. Yeah, clearly VShojo took advantage of this and her very understandable naivete to convince her that she should trust them with all her finances and such without any transparency so they could protect her. Yes, this is yeah, this is definitely part of like what motivates that, and it's hard to say how to get around this. Again, VShojo successful, and as Latricio said, I think that we are going to be looking at in the short term, corporations in the English world are going to struggle to convince semi-successful indies that they are trustworthy partners, and they're going to have to figure out a way of signaling that they are trustworthy partners. In the longer term, I don't know what will happen because humans tend to have pretty short memories. I don't see VTubers getting comfortable with revealing more about their real names in the near future. I don't really see that becoming likely. Partially because I'm a very privacy concerned person myself, so it's very intuitive to me that I wouldn't be comfortable with that, and so why would other VTubers? I like I've said before, I am VTubing because of the privacy, right? That's what I am VTubing, because it is a way of doing performing arts without putting my face out there. The potential advantages were also on paper. Yeah, about Machimino. Hello, Dietigress. Yeah, I may as well get into hellos now we've been here for a minute. Hello, Seribot. Hello, me. Hello, my bot. Hello, Alexandra Luna 13. Hello, Tohu Vavohu. Hello, JD _274. Hello, of course, to Lore Master Sotek and the Tricio and Dietigress and Iwi. We _ and Invictus 227 and all of the lurkers and the VOD watchers. Oh, and hello, McAllistrian. Hello, McAllistrian. McAllistrian's very cool. folks. I've enjoyed having McAllister around. She posts some very cool photos from her Renaissance fair on the stream. I will say I'll probably just keep on saying Alexandra Luna. I'll probably just keep on saying Alexandra Luna. It is not an obstacle to me. That's not a challenge. And hello, Nop. Hello, Not a Professor. Not a Professor is so cool. Hold on, I have to do a shout out for Not a Professor. Not a Professor is so cool. Not a Professor is so cool. They do actual live genealogy research on their streams. It's super cool. It's super duper cool. I am really impressed with their streams. It's really interesting. It's a really interesting experience. In the end, VTuber's perk of having talent for it ended up being their downfall. Yes, VTuber did always have the problem of being way too reliant on one talent driving everything. And I think that some of the stuff that's going to matter, we're not going to know for a while, right? I'm sticking to my guns on why the money was being withheld for so long. I've heard a couple of explanations, and there are three big ones, right? There are three big ones. One is a non-top level employee embezzling funds. Another is the top level employees embezzling funds, which if that's kind of the one that people have gone to because it's certainly the most salacious option, that the company itself was just like, we're just going to steal wages from all of our employees. That's certainly the most salacious one. And it's also one that people I think have gone to. Yes, Tigers, that's kind of that one is, if that was the only thing, if the only thing was the $500,000 going to the charity, that would be my biggest explanation, but also knowing that at the same time, many of the talents were going without pay for extended periods points to them having a larger cash flow or liquidity problem for the entire organization, which is kind of where I was going for the next explanations, right? There's some sort of cash flow or liquidity problem. And that's... So, and just to explain the difference here, right? Just to explain the difference here. When I say a cash flow problem, a cash flow problem would mean the money wasn't coming in, that they were operating at a loss, that the entire company was in the red. That the entire company was simply in the red, and they were just losing money, and they couldn't pay the talents because the money didn't exist. Whereas in a liquidity problem, the money existed, but it wasn't in the right locations. Specifically, usually a liquidity problem means that you have the money, but it is in accounts or is in assets that are not easily transferable, right? For example, real estate, right? If you have $10 million and 9.5 million of those dollars are in a couple of houses, you actually only have $500,000 for paying people things, and you have to figure out how to sell the house in order to use that money otherwise. You just you have the money, you just can't really do anything with it. You think it's more likely a liquidity problem? I was assuming it was a cash flow problem. And did something happen a year ago cause a shift into severe issues? I don't know. I know some people were talking, and this is rumors. This is all rumors, that a couple of the older talents from people who are older, who I don't really know, because I only started even looking at VTubing in like 2023. So I don't really know. I never really know Silvervale or something like that. I don't really know who that is. They apparently have been vague tweeting that this problem's been around for long. Hello, Mortis Ortis VT. Yes. Oh, wow, Lore Master. That's actually extremely alarming. That's very alarming. That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. That is bonkers. That there's somebody who is violating like the main thing you need to do for a VTubing company. Issues back in 2021, with them not getting paid for their sponsorships. Huh. And well, here's the question then, right? Here's the question then. The question is, for me looking at this is me being interested, right? This is me being a nosy, curious little bastard. Were these questions of could the company have had the money and they just took it, or was the money, or did the money, or the balance, was the money not there? Was the money not actually there? That's a kind of interesting question. That's a kind of interesting question. And the... And more just the sunk cost fallacy. I do think is a factor in explaining how the talent's related to the company, because in most organizations, if you go without getting paid for like a couple of months, you just leave. You just cut and run. Sticking around with the company for over a year, for like a year plus of them not paying you is requires certain behaviors, right? Requires that you believe something. That you believe this thing's going to turn around, or that you're going to make things back. I know at least one person literally expressed sunk cost fallacy as their explanation, that they thought that they felt like they were owed money, but they didn't leave because they thought that they would lose all of that if they left. So it goes. That is... Yes, you are. Yes, you are. So far, I have not had a problem with people posting links in chats. The only times I've had problems have been clear bots that I banned anyway. So... yeah, I haven't had problems with people posting links in chat, so I'm letting them do so. If you haven't had the chance already, Shibukaho. Okay, let me do a window capture. Hold on, let me pull this out. Actually, hold on, let me put this in a private tab. That's a smart thing to do, is private tab. All right, I'm just gonna do a little studio mode in here. It's going to cover up chat here for a moment, but let's just take a look here. Okay, cool. This will cover up chat here for a moment, but yeah, I didn't see Kaho's statement before. That is a cost. That's just flat out a cost, right? You do kind of have an option. Well, there's ways around it, Die Tigress. It's just kind of complicated. It is just kind of complicated. It has reminded me that I should work on setting that up. This person moved from a noted VTuber company to another as a staff last year, bragging about his new income. He thrusted me a few of his new business card to, quote, give to my good contacts, unquote. I found the action obnoxiously rude, but maybe he was too young and friendly to know better. Then the MF wanted to meet up for tax advice because I'm a native in Japan and I hire an accountant. I was asked to have dinner in his area, which was quite far for me, splitting the bill. That day, I got convinced I didn't like the guy. Yet because I love the talents he worked with, I was only secretly hoping he would lose his job one day. Recently, I heard from another creator that he was shown photos of VTubers' real selves while revealing their personal info like marital statue. I now want to find a way to warn other employees. Today I have learned the most despicable shit the company has done to their talent. I don't know if he is involved with it yet all my personal grudge is nothing compared to such betrayal. Sometimes, unfortunately, managers or agencies can be the talent's worst enemy. Yeah, there's a way that you can do anonymized things. Tigris. It's going to be very, very messy in these United States to do so because depending on the case in question, there's actually a very important constitutional right that Americans have, which is to see their accusers in court. Right? You have to be able to see your accusers in court. Again, depending on the type of lawsuit, that may change. I am not a lawyer, but that is a general right, and I know that for criminal cases, it's generally only exempted for, like, certain types of sexual crimes. I think it gets exempted. I think that might be state by state. Looking at Kaho's statement, yeah, this is pretty bad. This is pretty freaking bad. I would say it's reflects very poorly on the individual, and yeah, doing anything truly anonymous is very, very hard. Yes, and well, and one of the things that Duran brought up is that contracts need to involve a human person at the end of the day. There are kind of two parts of VTubing contracts that wind up becoming absolute shit shows for VTubers. One is that if you make a contract with an artist, right? You make a contract with an artist, there are two things that are going to mess you up really bad. Number one, you need to know who they are so that you can sue them for breach of contract. If you can't sue somebody for breach of contract, the contract isn't worth anything. It's just a piece of paper. Or not even, right? Because verbal contracts are a thing. But you can sue people for breaching a verbal contract, but they have to be people. You can, again, corporate personhood means you can sue a corporation, and depending on, there's ways to do anonymous registration, yada, yada, yada. All that good stuff. But the... yeah, you can't sue that, right? You can't sign that right away. That's insanity. You need to be able to sue people for breaching a contract is something you can sue people over, and if anything, also hello Kirill. Hello Kirill. If anything, the tendency has actually been more towards making breach of contract more powerful as a basis for a lawsuit rather than less powerful. The current set of Supreme Court justices tend to believe that nearly anything can be in a contract, and that and also, yes, Tohu is also correct in noting that if a contract item is unenforceable, it doesn't matter. Yeah, the EULA thing. Unreasonable contracts can be voided. Terms of the contract that are considered unreasonable demands, either because it's unreasonable to expect people to read them, or because it's considered unenforceable for a variety of reasons. You cannot sign away your firstborn son. That is not a thing that you are legally allowed to put into a contract, and if a company puts that as part of your contract, they can't do anything about it. I remember working for a retail chain that had really vicious non-compete clauses in it, and people just broke them anyway, and they didn't do anything about it because everybody knew the non-compete. Not everybody. Many of the people did not realize that the non-compete was unenforceable, but the non-compete was unenforceable. It didn't matter. Yeah, non-competes are difficult to enforce. And hello, Miss Mochivus. Hello, Miss Mochivus. Yeah, you have to prove it's like the same thing and this in the same, as within like a certain geographic region. It's a very limited thing to do non-competes. Non-competes are generally bullshit. And yeah, so anyway, all of this is to get to. Anyway, this will get to this kind of gets us a bit away from the actual thing that we were talking about here, which is that the anonymity element of VTubing opens up certain problems for the VTuber, not just for the companies, but for the VTuber. And I don't really know what the resolution is. I wish I had some better resolution. I don't know what the future is really going to look like. I am of the opinion, which I do not think anybody will be surprised by, that my preference would be for a owner-operator agreement, would be for a cooperative, would be for a, what shall we call it? Maybe some sort of, something that's owned by multiple people in some sort of collaborative or collective or cooperative way, and it's owned by the people who are doing the work, some sort of worker-owned co-op, something that I have clearly no experience with and know nothing about. That seems like it might do an end run on some of these issues. It does create an additional issue that everybody who you get into the co-op with will probably need to mutually know each other's real-life names. But that to me feels like a generally better model. A thing that is kind of not being stated very loudly, and I think a lot of people might get a little bit mad at me for saying this. There's not actually a lot of money in this space. There's just like not a lot of money in VTubing. And this is partial, like, Tohu, people have gotten mad at me for saying that $15 is not a lot of money for entertainment budgets. Like, there's not a ton of money in VTubing in general. This is why every company on the planet doesn't have a VTuber mascot, right? Like, this is why they don't do it. It's not worth the it's literally just not worth the headache. It's just not worth the headache. The only company that really has a successful VTuber mascot is Opera, and Opera is not a big company. They're not really a particularly big investment either. It's just that the amount of money that exists in other fields and endeavors are so large that this one looks kind of silly. Like, it's just, there aren't big, I mean, yeah. There aren't big anti-capitalist VTubers in the space. I mean, there are plenty of us who are pretty anti-capitalist, but I don't know how many of us are big. It would be very funny if Mousy pivoted towards being super left-wing and, like, but I don't know that that'll happen. But yeah, as I'm about to play one of the most capitalist games on the goddamn planet. I'm about to play Classical Econ Simulator, the video game. But yeah, there's just not a lot of money, and like, it's not a lot of money in terms of investment either. There's not a lot of money. People say that VTubing starts out expensive. It starts out expensive compared to, like, playing a video game, but compared to opening a restaurant, which is not generally like an expensive business. Like, an expensive business is going to be like a foundry, compared to like a foundry money or like missile production or AI. It's very small. There's always money in the banana stand. Yeah, people don't understand VTubers. Yeah. It's the scale between, like, truly... Yeah, there's always way more question mark. it's a large up. Well, Ditigris. Again, if you are an investor, if you are talking to investors, to people who look at companies to invest in, a business that has a under $1 million startup cost isn't worth even thinking about. Not because you have $1 million necessarily, but because that's so small and so volatile. That's not even worth considering. Like, you only really worry about upfront costs for investments on things that involve, like, hundreds of millions of dollars. And I don't even know how, as a VTuber company, you get to the less scale where you are spending $100 million on your startup costs. I don't even know what you would do. I just genuinely don't know what you do. I don't know how you spend that money. And so, like, yeah, I didn't even mention like this. It's so small. It's so small. And it's so small, and it's so finicky, and it's so uncertain. And you're correct. The return is so question mark. The return is so question mark. It's so arbitrary. Yeah. Hello, Mix. And yeah, it's tubular. I love tubular troll. Shout out to Mix. I will give the shout out to Mix.uav is a wonderful bird man. He's one of my favorite people to have good long conversations with. And he's a super smart bird man who knows everything about mecha. It's actually upsetting how much he knows about mecha. And I will get the shout out in for Giop. Giop is very cool, and Giop is making a very funny point. The Twitch 401k contribution. Thank you for reminding me, Giop, that I worked for an organization for years that had 401ks but did 0% matching, and then people kept on people who like know who are in my like close enough to me to know my financial planning that like I'll talk about this stuff with them. I'm like, so how's your 401k doing? It's like, why would I do that? Why would I do that? Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? Why would I invest in an unmatched 401k? That's just stupid. That's just asinine. I would absolutely. I just dumped it all in Vanguard. Like, I don't care. Like, why would you try to match an unmatched? Why would you try to invest in an unmatched 401k? It's pointless. Yeah, Mix. This is the phrasing I use. This is the phrasing that I use. Is what Mix said. I tend to think of VTubing as busking, right? And honestly, the comparison I think is actually pretty fair. Like, $20,000 is an extremely expensive upfront investment in VTubing. It's usually a couple $1,000s, which is actually pretty comparable to what it costs to invest in good instruments. like you buy a really good guitar and amp, or a really good violin and amp that can get you, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 pretty fast. Dang it, being rate limited. But yeah, there's just not a lot of money, and I think that really puts a limit on doing any sort of major corporate infrastructure. I do think, not a professor, that this is going to be certainly a cultural result in the near to medium term, that there's in the near to medium term, that I'm certainly more untrusting looking at corporations right now. I have thought periodically about joining corpos at one time or another. I did apply for VShojo. I did apply for VShojo and didn't get in, obviously. I will be honest, Mix, my big reason for wanting to get into the big thing, the thing that's appealing to me about corpos, from my perspective, is there are several VTubing tasks that I don't want to fucking do. That's a, like, I just don't fucking want to do some of these things. And the biggest, like I don't want to do my social media. I don't want to edit my clips. Yeah, I don't really want to interact with sponsors. Those things I just like don't want to do. I want to work on my craftsmanship. I want to work on my skills. I want to stream. I want to interact with my audience. I want to interact with other VTubers. Kirill, you're not going to get Almantas original music. That is extremely unlikely. I am tone deaf. I am tone deaf. I've got a brother who's a musician, but yeah, if only you knew folks. Yeah, 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 throat singing. I mean, I do kind of want to learn how to do death growls, which wouldn't require me to know anything about tone. And yeah, Mortis is hitting. I think that in the short term, we're going to see very little done with I think corpos are going to suffer. The smaller corporations are going to suffer very badly for a moment. I do think that we're going to see corpos adapt at some point to figure out how to signal to people that they are one of the good ones, which is going to be an uphill battle. Because, again, VShojo was the good one. Yeah, I get the shout out. I get to shout out Giop. Giop rules. Giop rules. Giop is a smart, funny lad who, unlike me, actually preps his streams. He does very cool Zillow streams. If you want to see some very cursed Zillow, Giop is the person to talk to. That rocks. Yeah, SVA, I like SVA. And I have a sock puppet model. I do have a sock puppet model. Yeah, VTubers and Ardents seem too trusting to me, if anything. Yes, I do think that this will hopefully cause them to raise their guard a little bit. And Mix, the consideration I would say for the VTubing agency looking forward is that the thing that is going forward, the thing I'm kind of seeing going forward is that, can you make money while doing this? That's the thing that I'm wondering. I'm not sure what models actually work. I'm not sure what actually... And yes, most VTubers seem really... Yes. 1000%. I mean, there's a huge selection pressure on VTubers as a population towards anxious people. Well, then, Tohu, then you have to ask yourself, can anybody else do what Hollow does, right? Like, YouTube makes money. That doesn't mean that anybody else can make money doing a video hosting and sharing website. To quote the man of steel himself, quantity is a quality all its own. Typical VTuber is nervous as a cat in a room full of rocking chairs. Yeah. Well, Mix, people assume a lot of entertainers make a lot more money than they actually do. I have had people talk about me as if I am pulling in a lot of money, and folks, I am losing money at this point in my career. Like, this is still, I am still in the red, on my VTubing. So, that's, it's a bit goofy to me to talk about that as as a big money maker. We are getting hit with ads. I am going to fill up my water, and I think when I come back, I'll keep yapping or I'll go over Victoria. Victoria is a game with a lot of downtime, so I can yap a lot while I'm playing Victoria. It's really not exclusionary. It's really, really not exclusionary between those things. So we will be back in a few minutes. So that's why we're back from ads, but the bot doesn't believe me. Oh, there we go. There's the bot. Truth is that VTubers fall closer to the banner of artists than they do celebrity, and the ultimate power fantasy of the digital artist is to make $13.57 an hour off of art. It's true. It's true. It's freaking true. That is absolutely the case. Yeah, and you know, I would say sort of like my maximalist fantasy for VTubing is to make like 1/3 as much money as a spreadsheet miner, right? Like that's about like that's like a pretty maximalist fantasy for me, in terms of from a financial standpoint. No, I don't actually know much about the economics of gestures. I don't know too many like actual historical practical accounts of gestures. I'm not as interested in them as I am interested in peasant lifestyles. But I don't think that should surprise people too much. Are folks ready to see the video game? Are folks ready to see the video game? I'm kind of curious as to how the vibe is going to shift once we go over. Oh, we're going to mog the category. We are going to completely mog the category. I wish they wouldn't give me these numbers. I wish they wouldn't give me these numbers because I don't like knowing these things. But yeah, Victoria 3 has 3 viewers when we transferred over. So Victoria is a famously awful person. Yes, I don't like to pay attention to view rates. I will be honest, Die Tigers, I don't like to know them. I don't like to know them. This is why I need mods. Yeah, this is why I need mods. I don't even like to know the numbers while I'm live. I don't like it. Yeah, Victoria, world, I don't know if she deserves the title of, like, world famously awful person, but a pretty awful person. Horrible mother. I always found that kind of interesting. Really horrible mother. Dreadful mother. Just horrible to her kids. But of course, being a terrible parent isn't usually one of those things that really gets you on the list, because Idi Amin is famously a very good father. Which I've always found pretty funny. Idi Amin was a famously quite good father. Oh yeah, no, exactly mix. For people who have not done much public speaking training, when you are doing public speaking, you should kind of, like, go a little bit cross-eyed while you're doing it. It really helps. It really helps if you kind of abstract out the crowd and then just kind of occasionally pick people to stare directly at. If you actually try to comprehend the crowd and understand the size of your crowd, you will go insane. It actually causes people to choke really bad all the time. Yeah, just kind of take your glasses off. Yeah, no. This is a reason why I don't want LASIK. I love what happens when I take my glasses off. I love how the world looks without my glasses on. Yeah, just staring into space or parts of the wall. Yeah. Well, and also, Mortis, it makes you self-conscious. It also makes you really self-conscious. That's the reason why I don't want to know the numbers. That's the reason why I don't want to know the numbers. But yeah, Mix, as you said, like, how much would people take rent paid in full? To be honest, if VTubing for 20 to 30 hours a week was just like my rent with nothing else, with nothing else paid out, that'd be a pretty good deal. Admittedly, though, you know, Brooklyn, right? Imagine if that was like a housing plan that somebody put out. Imagine if that was Zoran Mamdani's housing plan. Was I will build special housing. I'll build special housing for VTubers and podcasters. Special housing where they don't have to pay as long as they continue to VTube and podcast. Already have to be living for that to be feasible. I mean, no, we're Die Tigers, we're talking about like literally that just being paid in kind. Just having your rent waived as long as you stream, rather than being paid like an equivalent amount. Yeah. Yeah, not the VTuber house, the streamer house, the VTuber house. VTuber houses have been done, right? Do VTuber houses have the same kind of suicide rate that Instagram houses do? I know Instagram houses are famously extraordinarily deleterious. Well, they can't be as common because there's just way fewer of us. Oh, that's true. Okay, I actually have known at least one VTuber house. And this is the privacy thing, right? I was like, oh, wait a second, I know about this one. I'm not allowed to say anything about it. But yeah. So speed running Mario Party. Oh my god, speed running Mario Party. Holy crap. Yeah, that's true. I mean, that happens a lot, Mix. That happens a lot, Mix, just in life. So, folks, we're going to be playing Victoria, which is a 1836 to 1936 historical stimulator game. Victoria. And you know, you can... Hello, Mr. Overheat! Of course he shows up for this one! I missed Lux's anniversary stream. I haven't gotten to see it yet. I will need to... I'm looking forward to getting to see it. And hello, Kango. Hello, Kango. Yes, now people are already coming... Different people are already coming out of the woodworks here. Different people are already coming out of the woodworks here to watch me play one of the most spreadsheety games of all time. Obviously, it's a game about the Victorian era, set in the 1800s, about this question of the Industrial Revolution. We are going to play the clear, unambiguous star of the show. That's right. We are going to play the Empire of Japan. Hell yeah. Japan is who I've been playing, is the only country I've played on this patch. It's the only country I've played in this patch at all. I've played a few hundred hours of this game. Most of my time is actually as the Ottomans, who are really hard. The Ottomans are really hard. They're way harder than they look on screen. They're really difficult. The other ones I've played a lot are Persia, Qing, and Sokoto, and Japan. Sokoto's fun. Sokoto's very fun. I like Sokoto a lot. Qing, I haven't played at all since, like, years ago, and Qing is such a mess. Qing is an absolute disaster of a time, but Sokoto is fun. Sokoto is genuinely really fun. You start off with so little playing as Sokoto. You may notice that this means that my playtime playing as any country that is in Europe is like 4 hours in total. I think I've got like 2 or 3 hours as Sweden. I think I've got like the Ottomans are super interesting. That's why I've played them the most. But they're also really hard. The Ottomans have so many ways to screw it. It's more spreadsheety than Stellaris. I have not played a lot of Stellaris. I don't like Stellaris. I don't like the opening to Stellaris. I think the opening to Stellaris is like a really boring 4X. And I don't like how even the starts are, which might be different now. I mostly played Stellaris on release. I might like it more now. But okay. Let's take a look at our country. Let's take a look at our country. So, I'm just going to explain things as we go through. Our GDP is 9.3 million. Yeah, this is not a Forex. I don't really like the Forex formula nearly as much as I like the Grand Strategy formula. The only Forex I really like are the Endless series. I've actually never played Eve, though I do have an in on Goonswarm. I could join Goonswarm. I'm not going to do it as a VTuber, though. That would be weird. So we're at 9.3 million GDP, which is kind of huge. A baffling, incoherent, confusing 55% literacy rate. What the hell? What? What? I was talking with somebody about this the other night. I think it was Wande or somebody was like in a call with me when I brought it up, and he checked it, and like there's at least some sources that claim that Japan had a 55% literacy rate in the in the late Tokugawa era. That makes so little sense to me. I really struggle to believe it. Japanese is a hard language to read. It's a hard language to read for Japanese people. There are considerable barriers to literacy for living Japanese people today. The fact that Japan has a very high literacy rate today is the effort of a really titanic and continuous effort on the part of their education department, which is famously one of the best in the world. This is insanity. This feels like bullshit to me. This does not feel right to me that Japan would have a substantially higher literacy rate than... Let's take a look around here. Yeah. Higher literacy rate than Hungary. Can I check the literacy rate for Hungary? Not in an easy way. That's kind of pointless. Yeah, it might be literacy rate by Japanese standards. Or as humans, yeah. So, Kango, the thing is that the literacy rate in the game is not rated by people who have power. This is not clout-corrected literacy. They're claiming that 17 million people in the Japanese shogunate can read Japanese, which is crazy. It's bonkers. That strikes me as a crank historian. They used a crank historian, or somebody did something weird. Oh, this is by state? Come on. Well, whatever. Yeah. 49% of French people in Paris, 49% of Parisians can read French 100 years after the French Revolution. No, this is a matter of... There's a technique problem here. There's a technique. Yeah, we've got the same literacy rate as Yorkshire. But in-game, they don't. 9.6%, 8.4%, 10.8%. This is goofy. Our standard of living is awful. We are number 233, which has got to put us towards the bottom of the entire list. Our standard of living is garbage, and I'm going to do very little to improve that. Ooh, the Trucial Coast is at 1.1. That's a horror. That's horrifying. But yeah, no, our overall one is 8, which is very bad. And again, our country is number 233. I don't know how many countries there are in the game. Let's do countries at peace. Oh, they're not all the unincorporated countries? 268 were number 233 on standard of living. We are number 233 out of 268 on standard of living. We have a horrible standard of living. We are number 6 on population with a substantial population growth rate. This is the powerhouse. This is the powerhouse. This is the powerhouse. That's just the basics. Let's try to move faster through some of these basic things. Unsurprisingly, the shogunate, the landlords, are by far and away the most powerful part of our country. 41.8% of our governmental clout. Clout, for people who don't know the game, clout is basically a combination, it's basically the number of people who support that. Take a person, multiply them by how much money they have, and then whatever group they support, that's how many votes they get, right? They get 1 vote per dollar per person, right? And then those are multiplied by certain factors. So there's actually a bunch of factors that are causing aristocrats to gain more clout, and then the shogunate clout itself, the shogunate faction itself, is gaining additional clout from other parts of our legal system. 48% sucks. In case anybody is remotely surprised by this piece of knowledge, landlords are horrible. They make your country suck shit. We are a poor, developing country, a poor, very unindustrialized country. A very significant percentage of everything we are going to be doing in the game is trying to fuck these guys over. Samurai are in governments. The religious are fairly potent. The farmers are fairly potent. The intellectuals are actually not that weak. 10% is not bad. The petty bourgeois are quite weak, and I will probably not have to think about them very hard. Industrialists and trade unions functionally do not exist. And we have movements for absolutism, racism, and religious fundamentalism. Yay. We'll get new ones pretty quick. Our government's doing pretty well on contestation. Our laws suck ass. Our laws are absolute ass. Autocratic monarchy with national supremacy, gross. Hereditary bureaucrats, gross, and we're going to live with it for a while. It always took me a while to figure out that this was roots here. We'll be moving on to appointed probably relatively quickly. Oops. Freedom of conscience is actually not that bad, but also we don't really have a lot of nearby religious minorities, so it's not a big deal. Peasant levies sucks, but I can live with it for a while. No home affairs is bad, but it can be dealt with. Here's the bad stuff. Traditionalism. This motherfucker. Again, a pretty large percentage of this entire gameplay is trying to get yourself off of traditionalism. The biggest change that we are going to have in our entire country is going to be getting off of traditionalism. Traditionalism is horrible. It's absolutely ruinous. Anything is better except for maybe extraction economy. I think even some people will swear by industry band, which is crazy. Industry band is one that some people think is even better. We will probably wind up with agrarianism. I actually tend to have better luck with agrarianism than I do with interventionism, up until we can get into laissez-faire or co-ops. Isolationism, this is famous. This thing sucks. It's isolationism. Dreadful. Dreadful. It's isolationism. I don't know what else to tell you. Land-based taxation also sucks. Land-based taxation means that we will not see increased tax revenue from developing factories. Miserable. Serfdom is also famously one of the worst laws in the game. It gives plus 50% clout to the shogun, to the landowners. Awful. And serfdom basically locks us out of a bunch of other really good laws. This is going to be one of our more important near-term objectives, is getting rid of serfdom. Getting even onto tenant farmers is a huge boost. Hopefully we'll be able to get onto homesteading without too much difficulty. Homesteading is not even necessarily the best, but getting commercial agriculture or collective agriculture is something I almost rarely get to pull off. Frontier colonization is annoying as shit. I might try to repeal this because after we finish colonizing Hokkaido, we're really not going to get anything done with this. If we could get onto resettlement or exploitation, it might be valuable, but that's really far down the line. Local police force sucks. I want to get rid of it. Getting rid of it early on is not very hard. No schools. I want to get off of no schools, but we can't get off of no schools until we get rid of serfdom. Serfdom fully prevents us from building school systems. Health systems, whatever. We'll get to them when we get to them. Censorship will probably remain intact for a long time just because it's hard to... Censorship isn't good, but it's kind of hard to justify spending a lot of effort getting rid of. Workers' rights will show up when they show up. Child labor will show up when it shows up. Women's rights will show up when it shows up. Same with welfare. We're probably going to try to get rid of closed borders. Not for any particular reason, to be honest. I tend to try to get rid of closed borders and national supremacy relatively early in the hopes that I'll just suddenly get a bunch of Korean immigration. I don't know when that's going to happen. That's not really a high priority. If I see a good opportunity to get rid of closed borders, I might take it because closed borders is bad for gaining recognition. And here's our only good law. Here's literally our only good law in the entire damn thing. Slavery sucks. Slavery is awful. Not having it at the start is wonderful. Oh yeah, no, the Chud's realizing that this is a classical economic simulator. Very funny. Institutions, whatever, we'll deal with it. Who gives a crap? Budget. We're going to do the traditional stuff. Tax services. Tax tobacco. I might not tax anything else. Leave the rest of the taxation levels intact. I don't know if I really want to crank government wages. I kind of do. Because cranking government wages will move power away from the shogunate pretty quickly. Military wages is medium. Was mid. And you know what? I'm just gonna do it right now. I'm going to try to put us on professional army. Yes, they did. They did. They did. That's correct, iTigress. And it's not good for you as a business, but we are going to be absolutely horrible to the Ainu pretty much the entire game. It's unlikely that the Ainu will be well treated at any point in the game. So just so that people know, 10% approval, 20% stall rate is actually good. That's actually good. These numbers are not actually equivalent to each other. That 68% debate rate is actually pretty good. A stall is worth way less than a success. Stalling is not nearly as bad as succeeding. Stalling is not nearly as bad as succeeding is good. So 10-20 is actually not a bad... We could get extremely unlucky and professional army fails to pass, but there's a very good chance it will pass. National Guard is extremely likely to pass, but I'll worry about that later. Yeah, one is the Ainu. We do have Ainu. I'm just going to hit it right now. Professional army is now being worked on. We're just going to leave that alone for the moment. Which I may as well increase mill wages. Not very expensive. Petit bourgeois, shogunate. I'm gonna... I can't retire this commander. Oh, they have to serve for more than 1 year. Okay. We've got a ludicrous military. There's a part of me that thinks I should just start disbanding some of the military. Yeah, in the Ryukyu Islands, there are some Han. Yeah, we can take a quick look at that. So our population is... There are currently 31 million Japanese, 18,000 Han, 132 Micronesian, and 102 Ainu. The Ainu are going to go... the Ainu population is going to increase quite quickly. The Ainu population is going to increase quite quickly. I'm going to actually disband a bunch of... I'm going to actually disband a fair amount of the army. We just don't need 100 units at this point. I'll leave. I don't know if that actually makes that big of a difference. Okay, that actually did make a pretty big difference. We don't want to be too much. We don't want to be too weak, but yeah, I did want to decrease a little bit. And I'm gonna split off 5. Move selected. Confirm. Okay, we've got 2 armies now. We can worry about that later. That is an EU strategy. In this one, the rebels will have predictable policies. And there are reasons to try to cause a civil war in this game. I'm still not going to do it. I'm still not going to do it. Diplomacy. I don't really have a lot to do in diplomacy. This is actually the easier way to do the diplomacy menu is over here. Something like that. And Southeast Asia, I guess. And we're going to start... Actually, hold on now. Remove Livonia. Sure, why not? Open diplomacy. Improve relations. Improve relations. Okay. Cool. Yeah, a very famous old strat in EU was to deliberately try to cause rebellions when playing as Ming. And this was like an old thing. This is a very old EU strategy, because Ming, all of the problems that Ming had were tied up in their religion, and in the Confucian religion was just a bunch of fuck you penalties. And so if you lost a civil war to Buddhist rebels and you adopted the Buddhist religion, you just like instantly completed like half the game. You just instantly you were just more powerful than anybody. All right, here's the actual menu of the game. Actually, let's do technology quickly. Simple enough. Stock exchange is the only thing that really is going to make a big difference here. There's a lot of stuff in here that's not going to do anything for a moment. I don't know. I really don't care about romanticism. Empiricism is actually not too terrible, but the social law that we really care about is modern sewerage, which is way far off. Banking is actually pretty good for us, but atmospheric engine's the really important one. It's going to take a minute for it to become really important, but it's highly valuable. Let's do banking, and then cotton gin into lathe. It's Lux! Hell yeah, Lux. It is Vicky 3. It is Vicky 3. I've totally never played it before. It's totally not my 3rd most streamed category. Despite having not touched it in years. Alright. That'll keep the tech busy for a minute. Now the actual game. Now the actual game. This is the actual gameplay menu, guys. This is where the game is actually played, is in here. Is in here. How could you possibly have thought otherwise? Exactly. Oh. Lux, thank you for the prime. 13 months. Thank you very much for the prime. Hell yeah. Okay, so our problem right now is that we don't have enough construction sectors. The gameplay, the core of this game is you build construction sectors to increase your construction capacity. We're currently at 14. This is a really important stat. This is fundamentally the stat of the game. You build construction sectors, and then you use those construction sectors to build buildings that make your construction materials cheaper, which for us right now is just fabric and wood. We're going to go into iron frame construction relatively quickly, but that's going to be the first big challenge, is getting ourselves up to the point where we can sustain iron construction. This is correct. Lux has it correct. You make a number go big to make other number go big to make other number go big. This is, and there's a virtuous cycle because this is a classical economic simulator. This is a Smith and Ricardo and Marx game. So, Tohoku and Kanto are going to be the ones where I'm going to build most of the construction sectors. So it's Tohoku and Kanto. I'm going to... In Tohoku, I'm going to add a... Where are you at? A cotton plantation? And then once those start moving, it is time... A quick one that we'll want to get on, then we will want to start putting in the effort on... Where are you at? Logging camps. And... Logging camps. Let's take a look at how many construction sections I built. So there's currently 2 plus 4. I'll probably want to build a couple in Kyushu. Number that goes biggest is the number of radicals. This is correct, Mortis. This is correct. And hello, Emperor's Armpits. You are completely correct. Yes, I'm trying to advance society to the point where I can do war crimes. Yes. Well, and the big question in the game is, and actually, probably Kansai needs a couple. I'm probably not going to build much in Chubu, despite it having a decent population. Chubu just like doesn't have a lot of things going for it. Kanto is going to be our main industrial sector, but Kansai and Chubu and Kyushu are going to do a lot too. Let's take a look here. I think that'll do for the moment. We are probably going to do a lot of war crimes, though. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. So let's move that up a little bit. Something like this. Move you to the bottom and you to the bottom. And then move you to the bottom. Something like this. Something like this. Oh, you're right. You are right. Hold on, let me pull up a task manager. I'm not surprised that I'm lagging, but I also wasn't looking. I also was not looking. Okay. Okay, wow. Yep. Worst case scenario. Worst case scenario, I will have to swap. I'll have to do some shuffling to get myself to put myself on 2 to 2PC it. So let's go with this for a moment and let's take a look here. Halbernacht, Halbernacht, Halbernacht. You were painting Emperor's Children. You were painting Emperor's Children. Hello, Halbernacht. Hello, Halbernacht. I'm just gonna turn this on 30 FPS. Hello, Halbernacht. How were the Emperors are? I'm using Spout 2. I am using Spout 2. Low. Oh dang. Whatever. Oh, and hold on, let's take a look here. Did that work properly? Oh, okay, hold on, I see what's happening. I see something that's happening here. It's a little bit goofy. Halb, how was the lads? Despite all the dastardly castrum. Yeah, I remember you saying that. I remember saying that the other day, that like, despite being a chaos guy, you were surprised by how much trim there was and how annoying it was to paint, which is pretty funny. Which is pretty funny. How was the paint? I'm glad the painting stream went well. I'm glad the painting stream went well. I'm having to slow down a little bit on my own painting because I've been having a little bit of carpal tunnel. You've been taking Trench Crusade for long with the pain faded from your brain. Yeah. I'm really looking forward to getting back to the painting mines. Keep bringing in models too because I'm broken, man. Hell yeah. And Noise Marine, thank you for the follow. I should actually do my spiel for the Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology and a current VTuber. I am an old man who loves old things. My streams are mostly calligraphy. I paint miniatures. That's probably the second most common thing I do. This week I'm going to be playing some old video games. Victoria 3 is my most played video game on stream, even though I haven't touched it in like 2 years. And we are playing as the Shogunate of Japan. I don't know what happened to our flag, but that is the Shogunate of Japan. It's supposed to be black with a white stripe. Whatever. I guess turning down the quality messed it up. Yes, Noise Marine. I do broad nib calligraphy. I don't really do pointed. I just don't do pointed. I have like 15 years experience of doing broad nib calligraphy, which is going to be like your Gothic scripts mostly, and about 4 hours, no, not even 40 minutes of doing pointed calligraphy. So, I've got longer doing brush calligraphy, but I've never taken it nearly as seriously as I've taken the broad calligraphy. And that is what I do. That's what I do. The sociology, the professor thing is not a bit. That's just a job I used to hold. I've had a lot of other jobs, but that's the interesting one. And yeah, I've got a little bit of carpal tunnel right now, so it's holding me back a little bit. I'm going to save and exit to the main menu. I'm afraid to exit to desktop because I might need to exit to desktop. I'm a little afraid to exit to desktop because last time I did that, there we go. The flags are here. The flags are here. Okay. Okay, it looks like the quality went down. So my model should be moving a little bit smoother. You've had the surgery on both hands. I hopefully will not need the surgery because I caught it relatively early. No, I hope I don't have to do display capture. The the real forbidden technique, which I'm not really opposed to doing, I just don't want to do it right now because it would take some setup, is 2PC. My other PC, I'm not playing on my gaming PC. I'm being a sicko and I'm just playing on my streaming PC, which I shouldn't have done. I forgot how much of a hog this game is. Next time I play, I'll do it on the gaming PC, and then I'll capture. I'll just capture from the second computer. Oh, hell yeah, 0% stall chance. Hell yeah. But yes, Halb and Raiders, you are welcome to raid and run. I would never dream of holding people back from raiding and running. That is some sick, disgusting behavior, and I will not have it. So if you need to raid and run, please do so. I know I raid out when I am tired and cold and hungry. Let's see. I might add another tax for luxury clothes. He has been toasted. He has been toasted. All right. But yes. You know that you can raid and run. We are about to hit unpause. It's been like 40 minutes of me doing pause fight gaming. What else do I have left to do? So I've disbanded part of my army, which is in principle a bad thing, but hopefully it'll pay off later. I think I've done everything with diplomacy. There's not much to do with society and population. I've set up my main goods. It won't let me put iron on there, I don't think. Oh, can I? Oh, I can pin things that are not in my current market. So engines, iron, ferrum, as they say, steel. Those are the ones I'm really worried about, to be honest. I'm not that worried about the rest of these. I'll get to them when I get to them, and maybe I'll care about artillery at some point, but these are the ones I really worry about. Yeah, the full interest group thing. Political movements, whatever. Yeah, I can kind of do that. We'll stick with this for right now, because otherwise it's overwhelming. So you're gonna be chilling here, like organized model and plates. Excellent, please, Noise Marine. I mean, heck, if people chilling and co-working while I talk is a big thing. And have a good night, Matthew Riceseeker. Actually, I may as well give a quick little shout out to Matthew. Matthew is a nice lad. He's a mini painter. He is primarily a mini painter, but he's a nice lad. And he's a nice lad. Not but he's a nice lad. What else do we have to do before I unpause? Oh, right. There was a production method I want to fix. There's no reason not to put them all on trawlers. And to put you on cargo ports. Because I do have shipyards. And the shipyards are not operating at full strength. Oh, right, I forgot the thing I want to add at the end there. We want to add Kanto gets to add tooling workshops. Hold on, I'm gonna check something here. On Tohoku, Kanto, and Shikoku. Okay, only Hokkaido has both iron and coal. Okay, so I don't have to worry about wasting that one. I don't have to worry about wasting that opportunity. Okay. I think we are ready to unpause. An entire Salamanders cosplay. Ooh. I kind of wish I could have a 3D printer, but I just like the way my apartment is set up. No good. No good. So construction sectors build insanely fast. They build insanely fast. I really didn't need to build the fabric that early. What are we telling up here? Clipper shortage, it'll be fine. Unacceptable government, it's fine. Law debate success. This is what we can expect, right? 68% chance, well, 60% chance now of getting a debate, and those are pretty decent odds of moving forward. 80 feet away, yeah, I don't have 80 feet. I just flat out don't have 80 feet. That's just not a thing I have. And see, here's the thing about this is the big thing in the game. We can only store so much money. So we don't actually want a positive balance. We want a slightly negative balance. We want a slightly negative balance that we build our way out of as the game goes along. I'm gonna... let's take a look. Nyanomancer. Almond Man, take me by the hand, lead me to the land. And the Almond Man goes away. Goodbye, Almond. But yes, Noise Marine, thank you for the follow. And Nyanomancer. You know what's incredible? Long-time viewers of this channel. Nyanomancer has begun streaming again. It's very exciting. It's very exciting. I'm no longer shouting out a channel that hasn't streamed in months. Let's take a look in here. Yeah, wood's expensive now. Wood is expensive. It's starting to fall. But we're going to be increasing demand. We want things to be cheap. things being cheap basically generates money in the economy because they have abstract. This game is such an insane, perverse simulator of classical economic theory that all goods are sold, all buy and sell orders are fulfilled, but they're fulfilled at price, and the price is modulated based on the ratio of buy and sell orders. So if you produce 300 wood and there's only 200 buy orders for wood, those 300 wood get sold, and so the 200 would get bought. They just get bought and sold at a weird price. It's insane. Radicalization. These all radicalize. I'm gonna try to improve the industrialists. Yes, sheep for wood. Though there will not be very many sheep in Japan because this is Japan. Law debate failed. See, that's the thing. Like, a fail is not as bad as it's not nearly as comparable to a success. We only need to get 3 success rolls in the entire time, in the entire thing. And you can see our income is, yeah, there we go. I'm microing it a little bit, which is kind of unnecessary. Clipper shortage, yeah. It'll catch up. Yep, I knew it would catch up. Yeah, I don't really care about earning recognition at this point. The Terracotta system, I don't need that to be there at all, but I'll leave earning recognition on for the moment. Alrighty, chats. Yeah. This is not a success, by the way. This is a debate outcome. A success outcome moves it from introduction to consideration, and from consideration to adoption, and then you have the law. Then you have the law. So professional military. I'm actually gonna take one construction sector off for the moment. Oh, King of Dragon Pass is so good. It's so freaking good. Kind of wondering if I should play King of Dragon Pass tonight. Admittedly, I did just kind of want to play U.S. damaging relations. I did just kind of want to play Victoria, right? And that's kind of like been my new standard. I'm gonna delete that too, because we're now quite negative. Oh, funny moment. I've played the first 6 stages. I still haven't played Lights Going Out. I have this streaming philosophy that if you want to play a game, just play it. Okay, United States demands open Japanese market. Accepting will cede the demanded war goal and create a truce for 5 years. If we refuse, they'll start diplomatic play against us. Yada, yada, yada. I am going to accept it. We are going to get off of isolationism. We're on free trade. This is going to cause short-term problems. Long-term, it'll be really good. And we're about to see part of why. Ooh, my salt chance moved to 43. That's actually pretty bad. Japanese shogunate gets forced to open Japan permanently. 50% industrialists, 50% intelligentsia, minus 75% to the shogunate. Excellent. Excellent. Let's take a look here. If I want to reform the government, because 30% is pretty brutal. Oh, it's the militarists are the problem. Interesting. I'm going to keep them around. I might switch the militarists out for this one so that I can get high legitimacy, but I'm definitely keeping them in until I get off of peasant levies. Once I'm off of peasant levies, oh, never mind. I'm in a fully unacceptable government. Soon. Karatsun. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid, Karatsun. Karatsun. The crows. The crows are in. How was the... Kara was playing Path of Exile. People should know that Kara is a lovely friend of mine. I adore Kara. I have a high degree of affection for Kara. Yeah, Vicky 3 Coco. Vicky 3 Coco. Yes, it is Victoria 3. Victoria 3 is my most streamed game. By fun fact, fun old Almantas fact. My actual most streamed games. PLE2 and then tech difficulty is, and then you peaked. Okay. I missed the peak. I did see you playing Path of Exile 2. It looked like you were having a good time. But for the Raiders, my name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, and now I am a VTuber. I am anime online for money. Most of my streams are calligraphy or miniatures painting. Mostly calligraphy. Calligraphy absolutely dominates. Part of the reason why Victoria 3 gets to be my most streamed game, despite me not streaming it for a year and a half, is because like 80% of my streams are streams. So yeah, I mostly do those things. I talk about history, I talk about sociology, I talk about economics. We spent, the first hour doing the most classic thing for VTubers to do, which is gossiping about VShojo. I am taking a break from art because I am having some carpal tunnel problems. Hey, the peasant movement showed up. Yay. I'm gonna leave the modernization movement alone for the moment. But heck yeah, peasant movement. We want the peasant movement. We want the peasant movement. We might have to kill this. We are going to go to ads in... ads are incoming. Ads are incoming. Yes. Yes, the first information was very bad, and the follow-up information has been considerably worse. Kara, please have a lovely night. I'm very happy that you raided. Thank you for trusting your community with me. I'm always happy to see you. You've been a wonderful friend. Sleep well. Alrighty. Yeah, we got graduations from people who didn't even debut. Yeah. I was not surprised that Barry was in consideration. The hell is this war? What is this war even about? Treaty port. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we do need to reform the government. This government's completely unacceptable. All right. Yeah. I think there's a real consideration about what a VTuber corporation looks like. From my perspective as an indie, and thinking about it from other indies' perspectives, we can just kind of talk about this while playing. From my perspective as an indie, oh my god, my wood prices are so high. From my perspective as an indie, and this is why I think is kind of the most important question in here, is what are VTubing corpos going to do to gain trust? I'm about to lose rank, whatever, I don't care. Rank means nothing to me right now. Tohoku Kanto. We need to get these logging camps up and running. Well, so what they can do is if you are a corporation, I'm gonna take the standard living hit for the Han. There's only a few thousand Han here. If you are a VTubing corporation, let's say you're I can't come up with a VTubing name that isn't just a name of an actual existing company off the top of my head. I'm really bad with coming up with names. That's why I don't like the DM. If you're a VTubing corpo, you have a... What do I want to declare an interest? No, what? That's not declaring an interest. Indonesia. If you're a VTubing corpo and you're looking to recruit talent, you need to find some way to convey... TubeCo. If you're TubeCo, which sounds like an insulting name for SVA. If you're a TubeCo, how do you convince people that what you are doing is on the up and up? How do you convince people that you are even nicer than VShojo? That's really kind of the key question. How do you convince somebody that you are an even nicer than V Shoujo company? And that's a tall order. That's a tall order. A Tubeco is a placeholder name for a VTuber corporation. Looks like Professional Army is going to pass, which is really good as far as I'm concerned. V Sashimi, yeah, V Sashimi. VVV. You know, but your VVV, your V Sushi, your V Sashimi, your V Biru. V Biru is funny to me. V Biru. V Yaku. If you're V Yaku, how do you convince people that you're on the up and up? We are about to hit ads, by the way, so I'm going to put us onto the wait screen because I need to use the bathroom, and we will be back in a few minutes. I will pause the game. Enjoy the fan art. All right, we're back. Bot continues to be a little bit slow. There wasn't really much of a point in me pausing, because I'm playing it. I put it on a lower speed, so logging camps are going up. Logging camps are really, really, really useful because logging camps employ shopkeepers. This is really good from our perspective. We want those logging camps. Shopkeepers means that we're employing laborers and we want laborers because that means that they're not peasants. And we want shopkeepers because those have political power that is not aristocratic. So, yeah. I like this game's audio. I like this game's music a lot. We are losing a ton of money at the moment, but hopefully the bleeding will get stemmed as more logging camps get built. This tooling workshop is going to quickly become very important because, notably, oh, it's gonna eat up our entire construction queue for a minute. I might deprioritize it. Oh wait, hold on. We're in the blue. We're in the green. Oh, that ended very quickly. I'm gonna put this back up to speed. No, I don't need the Wikipedia. Put it up to speed 5 for a minute. Qing is going to. There's going to be a treaty port in. We have professional army. Excellent. We have professional army. That's really good. Professional army means that we are not on militia, which is annoying. Peasant levies, it sucks. And notably, peasant levy increases the political strength of aristocrats. That's a big reason why we wanted off of it. Oh god, we can go theocracy. I'm not going to do that. 79% stall chance is actually bad enough that we're not going to pass it. Freedom of conscience. We can go over to state religion, which I don't want. Home affairs. We can go over to National Guard, which is not the worst, but I actually do kind of like National Guard specifically for the effect on harvest conditions and natural disasters, more so than for the fact that it's home affairs. But we don't have the bureaucracy for it, and we're not going to have the bureaucracy for it for a minute. Oh, holy crap. Let's go. Let's go. We can get 41% legitimacy with the intellectuals in power. We're going. We're going. Go, 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 go. Go. Getting us off of autocracy might be the most important, but these stall chances are a nightmare. These aren't going to pass, but we're going to work on it. That's not going to pass, I don't think. That might pass. Dedicated police force is not going to pass. Mr. Clonk. Mr. L:Q. How was your stream today? How was your stream today? I did watch a little bit of it. I saw some chess going on the Clonk stream. Saw some chess going on. Now we're going over to... Oh, I want Appointed Bureaucrats so bad. This is so good. Appointed Bureaucrats is so good. We might go over to private schools first. How is Victoria 3? I like Victoria 3. I like Victoria 3. It is a very slow-paced game, but I like it. I like it a lot. I am contemplating which law to work on passing right now. Oddly, racial segregation is actually really tempting. Oh, crap! I forgot something very important to do. Forgot something very important to do. Forgot to do road maintenance and promote mobility. Where did all my authority go? Minus 100 from the popularity of the Shogun. Oh, and 200 is going into bolstering. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I am going to kill 2 of these taxes. These taxes are worthless at this point. Road maintenance and may as well social mobility there as well. But yes, this is a very spreadsheety game. It's a very mathy game. It appeals to my mechanical mind, as they say when discussing Saruman. My mechanical mind that wants the world to be a series of... Oh, I'm not passing a law right now. I need to do that. Getting off of serfdom is like the most important thing you can do in the whole dang game, so I might go for that. Racial segregation. Oh, no. Appointed bureaucrats would really, really help. How do I even get off of this one? Your brain is like, ah, yes, a map. The map is going to change only very slowly. You don't think you'd leave your room for a couple days? That is understandable. Can I get tenant farmers passed? I think I'm going to do appointed bureaucrats first. It might not pass, which will be a shame. Wood is still expensive. Okay, tools workshop. When the tool workshop goes up, I will have to go change the production method for my livestock ranches. Let's give it a day or two. And the private construction is building tobacco farms. Yeah, for me, it's always been strategy games that are the ones that cause me to get, like, completely locked in. Civilization is one that causes me... Civilization is one that's caused me problems. Don't really want to reform the government for a minute. I don't even like Civilization is the worst part. Law progress to consideration. Wow, I got lucky. I got lucky. Okay, wood is still really expensive. I do probably need to build a couple of trade centers. Trade centers, fortunately, complete very quickly. So let's just put a couple down, and then get back to logging camps. Just max them out for Kanto and Tohoku. And then we can start thinking about trying to get onto iron. They want racial segregation? Let me take a look at here. I will actually make that racial segregation. And in fact, I might actually... I'm gonna let this sit for a minute. Racial segregation should pass incredibly fast because that has 0% stall chance. Let me just take a look in here. So in my journal, government petition. Yes, that's actually really worth doing. Stock exchange unlocked. Good. I do have to say that I got the opening of Japan event insanely fast. 1836 is ludicrous. You know what? I'm gonna cancel that. We're gonna do a racial segregation. We're just gonna do racial segregation immediately. Because this one's gonna pass really fast, and then plus 10 legitimacy and plus 10 attraction to the intelligentsia are both worth it. But those are both really good consequences. I'm gonna let that one complete in Kanto, and then I'm going to actually move a couple of these up there. French-British rivalry and British-French rivalry declared. Okay, cool. I don't really care. Play salamanders and orcs and Dark Eldar and guards and sisters. I don't know how much I don't even really play. I say I play Eldar, but the truth of the matter is I think about playing Eldar. I rotate my guys in my mind. That's how I experience 40k. I rotate my guys in my mind and I read Goonhammer. 4% stall chance. Oh, the petit bourgeois. So I can get 15% enactment chance or 10% enactment chance and popularity to a pacifist. and interest attachment to the farmers. I don't care about those things. Currency standards does very little for me. Because those laws are going to take you cannot pass those laws. I don't like some laws, but those laws won't pass while you're under traditionalism anyway. Battle steamer, don't care. Per capita taxation must not have enacted traditionalism. Right, not happening. Cotton gin, good. Cotton gin actually does help me. Wood prices down to plus 18%. Still going. So that trade center at the bottom. Gold discovered in Hokkaido. That's helpful. Gold discovered in Hokkaido. Still has so much more wood. Let's take a look here. So let's take a look at tools in the markets. Tooling workshop. With this production method, it can produce up to 30, and there's currently 20 sell orders. So that'll cause a problem. That'll cause a problem. I'll need to expand the tools once more before I can start converting woodcutters over. Already into consideration. Opium addiction. There's nothing to do about opium addiction. And you know, this might actually do things faster to increase the tooling workshop. And then to go through logging camps. But you can see the logging camps build pretty quickly. Tools. Hello, Jacor Streams. Yeah, this game can get really off the rails. I do like that in 10th, the stratagems, you have like a more limited list that's more specialized. I do actually like that. Yeah, I'm glad that I swapped off to working on racial segregation immediately. Because we're already it's already been over a year. And this was I wouldn't have been able to pass 2 laws in that time. I wouldn't have been able to pass 2 laws that quickly. I do think, annoyingly, I might have to delete a couple of construction sectors. That's a bit annoying. So Carta, improving relations, that's fine. Han customers not wanted. Yeah, definitely going to take the lesser hits. The lesser hits is definitely the way to go there. Okay, hold on. And let's see, I did build that, so let's go over here and... where you at? This is the virtuous cycle of the game. Okay, tools, we've got a tool shortage. It'll resolve itself pretty quickly. Let's see where our balance is so thinly under. It's going to take tools a little bit of time to catch up, but you'll see the price fall, and that'll also cause the price of wood to fall. And as we get those prices down, we'll get to the point where We can start rebuilding some of those construction sectors I just deleted. That's going to take us a second. Racial segregation. Racial segregation will be on everyone's lips now. Racial segregation is more liberal than national supremacy. National supremacy is super illiberal. And it will cause me to lose 50 authority, which is a shame. Yeah, I know, right? I know, right? It's very funny to me. Racial segregation is a liberalizing reform. It is deeply funny. Peasant movements organized in Tohoku. Plus 10%. Yeah, we want the peasants to get stronger. Peasant movement to get stronger. Okay, hold on. Takachika Mori, leader of the shogunate, has made a remarkable play for power in the capital in order to secure a spot for the shogunate within the government. It's not entirely clear if they should be rewarded for their novel tactics. So plus 25% power strength to the shogunate for 5 years. No. Or piss them off. Let's see how bad they are. They're at -3. That's fine. Going from -3 to -5 is fine. If they would put them under -10, I would be a little bit more worried. But okay. Okay, we're actually pretty positive on income right now. Let's build another tool shop in Kanto. And then we're going to want to start building some iron mines in Kanto in particular. And then probably some more coal. Some more logging camps. I am annoyed about having to downgrade my construction sectors. So, and by quite a bit, too. Gross domestic product. It's so small. Admittedly, we're still super early in the game. I keep on forgetting this only 1841. I just feel like since we've been opened up, I keep on thinking we're in like the 1850s. Which is just not true. Put in the fourth one. Iron mines wind up using up like half of our construction for like the entire game. Iron mines are going to... Yeah, it happened like immediately. It was like 1837. It was so fast. Cody Shade 343. Thank you for the follow. The kindness to have you here. Yeah, 45 legitimacy. 45 legitimacy isn't even bad. Okay, we have racial segregation now. Yippee. Your petition completed successfully, so we should actually now have a 54% acceptable government. Good. This is... Momentum builds momentum. Yeah, we definitely want to be on appointed... I'm going to go for tenant first. 1843 is still fast, because in real life it's in the 1860s. You know, in real history, it's in the 1860s. Let's take a look at what my tooling workshop looks like. So, tooling workshop is producing 60... What's our demand looking like? Okay, so this one will be pretty good. I might actually want to make another tooling workshop, to be honest. Just immediately expand it and move it up. No, not that. Not there. And then... Emancipators. A group of influential intelligentsia led by Kono Gappa are petitioning for rapid abolition of serfdom. 10% success chance, that's good. Or 50% popularity. He's a moderate, I don't care. I'm not gonna make a moderate happy. Moderate isn't like the worst group on the planet. That's just also kind of pointless. Take a look here. Yeah, I actually, I don't want to be recognized because I'd rather have tributaries than protectorates. That's kind of neat. That's kind of neat. I might want to hang on to my unrecognized stats. I'm at 64% literacy. Holy crap. 31% is really good. 46%. Okay, that's gonna be fast. Diplomatic play, conquer Kutai. Kutai. There's Kutai. Okay, goodbye Kutai. 60% literacy feels so insanely high. Yeah, I'm number one. I'm the most literate country on the planet. Baffling. I don't even have a school system. I haven't built a single university. Yes, I'm number one in the world. You start out at 55% as Japan. I think that they literally just used like a source that counted like that like gave the standard for Japanese literacy way too low, because it's like not even sensible. It's insanity. So it's tooling workshop, tenant farm, logging camps. Let's see. That'll increase the demand for tools by 75%. Not by 75%, by 75. Let's just go. Let's just see, as tool should calm down relatively quickly. Empiricism unlocked, not a big deal. Okay, tools are still hiring, so prices are still not leveled out yet. And sooner rather than later, I will have enough iron to, I think, let me take a look at this. 20 per. Let's take a look at iron mines. Picks and shovels. Oh, hold on. No, that was not what I wanted to do. 20 per. So once I get 4 of these bad boys built, actually, you know what? No, let's just get all 5 built right now because we want to keep the price of iron low. Crooked connections. Let's make it faster. Yeah. No, you start off at 55. I just genuinely think that they screwed up. Still number 6 on population and number 9 on GDP. Peasantry rebranded, so minus 3% shogunates. Minus 3% rural folk, which is a little bit of a shame. I don't really want to do that. Concessions must not avert the revolution. Minus 5% success chance. I'll actually just take the minus 10. Yeah. Yeah, it's about to be the Colmate restoration. Yep. Who's my actual? Actually, I don't know. Yeah, it would be Colmate. I think I've gotten Colmate, and it's gonna happen. It's moving very smoothly. I've managed to. Yeah, nobody's. I could try to speedrun getting rid of the shogunate through a civil war, but I kind of don't feel like it. Kind of just don't feel like it. Okay, you're going smoothly. Okay, purchasing emancipation. Oh. For refuse to pay for emancipation, and that will progress by one phase. Yeah, I'm gonna take a phase jump. Are you kidding me? Even with a 10% success thing? Yeah, nobody's rebelling. Nobody's even close to rebelling. Nobody's even close to rebelling. Peasant movement is passive. Dreadful. I'm annoyed about being on only 24 construction. I feel like I can usually have over 30% construction. Maybe I'm usually... Oh, no, wasn't... Oh, I think I know what it is. It's, I think I normally, in test games, I've normally not boosted the incomes for the government. Atmospheric engine, baby! I love atmospheric engine. Atmospheric engine's a really good tech. We can't use it for a minute, but it's a really good tech. Trust me. Trust, bro. Trust. Q shit. This treatment of serfs. I will take the one that's... I will take that. I'll take the long run one. Minus 20% attraction to the shogunate is pretty sexy. They still have the most clout, which is frustrating. But hopefully tenant farmers will do a lot of damage to that. And then I will be able to move on to appointed bureaucrats, which should do even more damage to that. And off of local police. Yeah, it's a special tool that'll help us later. What song is this? We have independence. It's like, yeah, it sounds American as heck. Shogunate. I'll actually take the shogunate being a little bit happier with me. I'm not planning on killing them. 2.3 million. Most impactful factors are 1.58 million from events. All right. All right. Yeah, it's a special tool that will help us later. And a good vintage. What have you got for me? I don't need either of those things. Discord within the intelligentsia. I can hurt the intelligentsia and help the shogunate? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No way. No way. What is the private sector even building? What are you guys doing? Rice farms and a trade center in Kansai. Thank you for building trade centers. I could use the trade centers. Those are actually legitimately helpful. Looks like 4 have been built. Atmospheric engine. I will put that on for the coal mines, which have not been built yet. Once the coal mines are built, I will... Oh, heck. Wrought iron tools. Lathes. Dye workshops. I forgot about doing dye workshops. I could have done that one already. Iron shortage. The iron mines just need to catch up. Iron mines just need to catch up. I'll take the loyalists. Just because mostly because I don't want to be giving good news to those dipshits. The atmospheric engine. I'm going to take the tech towards water tube boiler. Tech is we are behind on tech, so we should take tech when we can get our hands on it. Our backwardness on tech is not the worst it could be, but it will definitely be an impediment for a while. Actually, let's get the coal mines built first. We have tenant farmers. Love it. Shogunate instantly fell from 26% to 18%. Excellent. I love it. Our slow and steady process of peeling power back away from the landlords continues apace. That's actually not horrible for a chance on suffrage. That's actually not the worst. I don't want to do schools at the moment. Let's do appointed bureaucrats first. That'll have a larger impact. Japanese colony in the Congo by 1875. That would be funny. That would be very funny. Grocery shortage, whatever. That would be very, very funny. So coal mine with atmospheric engine is going to produce 40 coal. And so 5 coal mines need 50. So I actually need a second coal mine in order to get anything done. Let's put you there. When the coal mine completes, I'll switch the tin mines over to atmospheric, the lead mines over to atmospheric engine, which will be enough to put the glassworks on to leaded glass. Heck yeah, heck yeah. Appointed bureaucrats got supporters. Okay. At the coal mines. Completes. Yeah, there's a coal shortage. You'll catch up soon enough. Do I want to do urban centers on coal lighting? I probably want to get another coal mine done before then. Monument to the Shogun. Yeah, whatever. Law progressed to consideration. All right, cool. And you know what? I'll expand the coal mines once more. So let's see if I can put all these over to... Yep, we'll put all these over, so that should improve our wood production pretty radically. Yes, there we go. There we go. Going to expand you another time, and then we can talk about this is going to be the big thing. It's going to be expanding these iron mines like crazy. Romanticism unlocked. I don't care. Law progressed to adoption. Oh, whoopee. Oh, we're selling iron on the market. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Slowly but surely. Line infantry unlocked. I don't have a lot to do with that at the moment. We're going to be playing... Oh, is that fully independent Joseon? Okay, no, it's got an overlord. It's a tributary. Okay. What the heck is going on there? Button is improving relations. That's fine. Let's put you at the bottom. Centers break ranks. That is a setback. Whatever. That's not that bad. Still at higher success chance than stall chance is pretty good. 15% stall chance is still not that bad. Unacceptable government. Not by a lot, though. I think that once we get appointed bureaucrats, it might already boost up to acceptable. Banking unlocked. Perfect. Those are all things I queued up before we even started. Bessemer process, I don't really care that much about. It's not a ton of things I care about in there. It's 5 years for sewerage, which is the main thing I care about at this point. Hello from nowhere. Hello, hello, hello. How you doing tonight? Power of the purse is 6 years, which is... So yeah, I've got a bunch of nothing to do. I guess I need these things at some point. Whoa, recognition is progressing? Huh. +1 from GDP above 10, +1 from literacy above 40. I don't want to be recognized this early. I actively don't. I want to be able to turn Dynam into a tributary. Which is, I'm not on track to do on any sane... I am not bad. I am not bad. I am playing a silly game, mostly on account of my hands hurting a bit. Otherwise, I'd probably be playing something else. Oh yeah, definitely. So I could encourage... Shogunate have done a shoddy job. That's actually good. Against the odds. Enforce segregations. They have earned their success in all one tale. I definitely don't want to piss off the Petite Bouge. Oh my goodness. Having the Petite Bouge treasure bonds is really good. Treasure bonds is a really good asset to have in the game. Okay. What do I think about the Qing Dynasty? Also, hello, Barry Beloved. I think the Qing Dynasty is pretty interesting. They were never my favorite dynasty to study. I really like studying the Song. But the Qing Dynasty does have like way better records than any other Chinese dynasty, so they're relatively easy to talk about with like confidence and detail. I think it's really a kind of weird dynasty, right? On the ethnocratic elements, right? The ethnic elements of it become really confusing and weird pretty quickly. I think we might have enough that I can do atmospheric engines on the iron mines. Hold on, how much coal could I produce? So 3 on atmospheric engine could produce 120. Also, I should probably just... This is an unnecessarily complicated way for me to do this. Okay, so... Oh, wait, hold on. The whole point of that was to look at how much the demand was. The demand is currently 6. So... Let's do that. And that should cause a coal shortage, a very brief coal spike, as it slowly catches up. It also causes an iron implosion. Bessemer process is whatever. Yeah, I'm not sure what I should think of. That's just some numbers fuckstein stuff. I'm not sure I should think of the Qing Dynasty. It's a brutal ethnocracy and autocracy, which are all things I really dislike. I think it's kind of interesting that the biggest question in critiquing the book The Great Divergence, not just in Great Divergence theory in general, but in specifically critiquing The Great Divergence, is when does the collapse of the Chinese economy start? And the more recent scholarship, is probably the most substantial critique of that book, is that it actually starts substantially earlier than previously thought. And that, I think, is actually pretty interesting, right? I think that's actually pretty interesting. Let's get some coal mines, some more coal mines in here. It's all salt. Well, again, like in the Great Divergence literature, they're talking about it being like 1700s, right? Like Qianlong and stuff like that. Colonization of Hokkaido is complete. Cool. That means that when I get around to it, I can get rid of frontier colonization, which will free up some effort. There is that question about how the modernization movements worked out and if they could have worked out if it hadn't been for Soshi. Oh, that's an actual bad stall. Jeezy Pete's. I'll take the setback. I'll take the setback. I don't think we're likely to get 2 more setbacks on a 47% success rate. That seems unlikely. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. A lot of people did. She was not the only one, right? She was not the only one. A lot of people did. I'm certainly not sympathetic. Would be a modest way to put it. Oh, we can start doing some fun stuff now. This is where the fun begins. Nariaka Tokugawa. Yeah, get bent. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff about how the modernization movements worked, and this is true of like every country, right? This is true of like every country. And in reality, like we don't really know how to like do a true modernization. We've got some modernization theory is really complicated, and some people have a lot of confidence in what they're saying in modernization theory. I don't know if we should take them super seriously. I don't know if we should take their opinions that seriously, right? Kanto. Okay, let's get those tools up first. And we got a coal mine. We do got a coal mine in there. We do got a coal mine in there. Come on, pass. Dang it. Stall. Okay, I'm gonna take the setback. I'll be really cranky if we get scrapped here with 53% success and 18% stall. But I did just take 2 setbacks in a row, so I'm really tempting fate here. Oh, right, iron construction uses tools. I didn't build enough I built enough iron, but I didn't build enough tool workshops. This is the big thing you're managing in this game, right? Is you know, tools, fabric, wood. And this is where I shenanigans myself. This is where I shenanigans myself, is that historically the thing that tends to kill me in this is when I convert over from different construction techniques, I tend to do it too fast and it causes my entire economy to stall out. So, yeah, I think the game's running a little bit more slowly. Or maybe I'm just being more patient while I'm on stream. We might need more tooling workshops. Was that a private sector? Private sector tooling workshop. Okay, cool. Oh, right, yeah, there's a private sector tooling workshop. Iron's still super cheap, so I'm gonna put that up here. That logging cabin too keeps on getting pushed back and back and back and back. I feel like I'm making insane progress for 1847. This feels crazy. Like I'm getting antsy about the construction sector feeling low. We have appointed bureaucrats. Oh, that put me in the hole. That put me deep in the hole. How's the kind of tempting to go on no police just to get rid of the institution? Total separation is unlikely to pass. 64% is a lot of stall chance. 43% is also quite bad. This is still tempting to go for because voting rights can change things so radically. Yeah, 81% not happening. 59%, a little bit tempting. Yeah, no. Might be time, buddies. Might be time. Okay, I'm not in a position to get homesteading. I might do a slight save scum here. Because the biggest things I want from the intellectuals have been passed. I mean, it would be nice to get total separation and cultural exclusion. It would be very nice to get onto wealth voting. Very nice to go into wealth voting. Or even better, census suffrage. The important part is to get into agrarianism. I'm not gonna bother with the safe scumming. Okay, this puts the shogunate at near revolutionary. How are my political movements going? The peasants are passive. Come on. Come on, do something. Do something. Cyclone has hit Shikoku. I actually do have the money for that one. So it'll slow down construction a little bit because that was actually kind of a decent amount of money, especially at the level I'm at. That's basically one construction sector negative. But I should be able to catch up anyway. Oh, this is the actual problem right here. This is the actual problem here. Okay, so let's expand. I don't actually want to expand in Kanto. I want to expand in Kyushu. Pretty sure Kyushu's got... Yeah, Kyushu's a good place for that. And a paper mill, and then we gotta. We gotta expand that government office. We just gotta. I'll let the rest of this complete, but oof, we're gonna be we're 17% tax waste is actually really bad. But this is the most important thing to get done. Mass communication, whatever. Well, I'm in the pause on authority again. Thank heavens. Thank heavens. Ew, I'm not going to increase the shogunate's popularity. Medical degrees unlocked. Oh, heck yeah, we're at the point where these are... Oh, modern sewerage. Anything in here I particularly care about. Intensive agriculture is pretty good. Water tube boiler rocks. Water tube boiler rocks, and it will actually make a difference. 4 years on mechanical tools. What's going on there? Huh. Weird. Modern sewerage is the way to go. And then... postal savings. Actually, no, it's central archives might be the way to go. Now let's do... Yeah... In that order. Okay. In that order. That'll be pretty nice. Okay, tools price should start falling pretty quickly. There we go. There we go. Lumber camp. Lumber camp isn't going to really make a difference. I probably shouldn't have built that. 3519 is really good. 3519 is really good for a success chance. Let's take a look at some of our military rifles. So 8,000 for the Qing. 6,000 for 7,000 for Russia. Let's just round this to 7,000. 5,000 for Prussia. 5,000 for Austria. Spain's actually more interesting to me. 1,600 for Spain. And what am I at? I'm at 460. 460. Independence in Bengal. Wait, hold on. What? Oh, okay. It was against Bengal. Okay, I thought it was Bengal was doing a independence play. I was like, oh, spicy. Spicy. I'm gonna get recognized way sooner than I want to be. Hideyoshi is our new shogun. He's a traditionalist. Fuck off. Frankly, I should probably go to Kyushu and make another one immediately. Make another one immediately. At some point, I'm going to... Yeah, Granism will be on everyone's lips now. At some point, I will really want to... What's the word I'm looking for here? Yeah, Ieyoshi. Ieyoshi. Yeah, we got Yoshi. Shogun Ieyoshi Tokugawa. He is meticulous, pious, traditionalist commander and political operator, and he's a traditionalist. Dreadful. Dreadful combination. We're going to get honorable restoration relatively quickly, though. But we're not making any progress right now because the legitimacy is under 50. That's annoying. Might need to add voting rights, which I wasn't really planning on doing, is to get the legitimacy up. Only other way to do it would be to cut taxes. Let's go back. Which one's on metal? Kanto. Let's take a look at my iron. Iron's fallen off a cliff. Tools have fallen off a cliff. I think I can safely move you over to iron frame. Kansai over to iron frame. Okay. Okay, iron price is now up 15, which is not... Oh, it's already fell back down. Already fell back down. I already went back up. Trade centers are actually eating up a decent amount of the surplus. I need more trade circuits. Taking an interest in the newly opening Japanese economy. It's been open for like 13 years, buddy. Prussia has proposed a trade agreement that seemed initially equitable. I can gain a setback, which I don't really want to do at this point. I'll take an obligation. I've got very little. I've tended to have very little relations with Prussia in these, so I can probably the obligation will probably just go unused. We're going to go over to the wait screen. I need to use the restroom. I'll be back in a few minutes. All right. All right. And let's take a look at my iron mines. Take a look at my iron mines. Okay, the iron mines are fully employed. So let's just build 5 of them. Intensive agriculture is really good, but I'm not going to do much with it for the moment. Increased wool gathering. I guess I do get some sheep. go look at my rice farms. Can I take 10? So this means that this is producing 2.5 per level, so producing 45. There we go. From the ground up. A lowborn man has risen as a popular leader, and some are not so pleased by the mobility. I'm absolutely, I'm not going to hurt the intellectuals. They're the main movement. They're my main boys. Ooh, they're number 4 in the clout rankings, though. It's surprising me. I don't know what's going on there. They should be rising in clout. Shogunate should be nosediving. Interesting. Alright, keep on going. Iron mines. Modern sewerage, good. And then... I don't really need to be looking at rice farms very closely. It's Prussia. Hello, regenerative. Hello, regenerative. I never actually play recognized countries. I never play recognized countries. How are the coal mines doing? The coal mines... let's expand those coal mines a little bit more. I also want to be expanding these iron mines. And actually, let's expand those toolers. Pump you to the top. Let's get the iron mine done first. Yeah, we definitely need more tools, more iron, more coal. The endless cycle. The endless cycle. We build the hole. We build the hole. But yeah, how are you doing, regenerative? How are you doing? I've never played as Prussia. It has never occurred to me to even want to play as Prussia for even like 1 second in this game. I think if I want to play as any European, it would probably be Portugal. Or one of the Italians. The Italian Thunderdome. I want to hurt. That's good. 75% success is so good. Yeah, I can imagine Italy formation's pretty fun. But I'm very pilled on playing on civs. I'm very decolonization pilled. Sokoto might be my favorite. Sokoto is so cool. I love Sokoto. Qing is also super fun. Qing and Sokoto have been my 2 favorites. But I'm currently weebing it up. I've been Japan maxing. I've played Japan so much the last couple weeks. Oh, modernization movements gains movement attraction. Yes. I may bolster them. I've got the authority to spare. And the bonus for having spare authority is useless. Going from Greece to Byzantine Empire feels crazy to me. Yeah, thence Shogunate. Because I've played Ottomans a lot. And it's really funny how much nastier it is trying to take Greece than taking Serbia or Wallachia. Because, man, the possibility that Britain jumps on you for trying to take Greece is just, like, so high. Oh, Chiang Mai. Nice. Yeah, unacceptable government, yada, yada, yada. Just give me that agrarianism, baby. Getting me that agrarianism, baby. I think the reason why it feels like this is, it feels like the game has gone a lot later is that I think this is on my stream PC, and my stream PC is a lot less powerful than my gaming PC. Yeah, sure. Yeah, my gaming PC is a laptop. It's just a pretty potent one. Whereas my... Let's take a look at this. Iron... Oh yeah, I'm iron's cheap. I can... Let's actually go full iron. Full iron construction. Get myself 54. 54. Does mean that I no longer have super cheap iron, which stinks a little bit, but... Ah, he's a traditionalist. Boo! Boo. Okay. Well, let's expand those again. Work on getting those throughputs up. Bump the throughput. Some random agitator got annexed. It's not very interesting to me if... Yeah, only show available. Yeah, so it's not very interesting to me. 79% and 9%. That's a lot. Let's take a look at... Oh, hey, I'm contested. Nice. Okay. Oh, bad, good. Bad. Well, that's actually not bad. Not gonna happen. Okay. I won't think about it too much harder. The art of doing nothing. Okay. 90% success and 3% stall. That's crazy. That's so goofy. Alright. Probably time to add another construction sector to Kanto. So no, it's not. It's not. Let's get over here. Tooling workshop. Yeah, tooling workshops are being built. I might build a couple more. I would say it's Victoria. I think Victoria is my favorite. I think overall Crusader Kings is better. Crusader Kings certainly is more defensible, but I kind of just really enjoy a lot of things about Victoria. I don't know, there's just a lot of things I enjoy about Victoria. Increased coughing and Grimer catch rate if you had to Kanto construction zones. Welcome in, Kari. Welcome in, Kari. How you doing tonight, bud? I actually really dislike EU, I'll be honest. EU and Stellaris, I spark no joy in my heart. I really like Victoria. I liked Hearts of Iron 2. but I haven't been able to get into Hearts of Iron 4. I just kind of like Hearts of Iron 3 came out when I was like not in a gamer phase of my life. Huh, it's like the closest I've seen my loyalists to my radicals in a long time. Ooh, standard of living. My standard of living is dog shit. This is fair. Personal life is going well, communities is rough. Yeah, we've been talking about that off and on. We've been talking about that off and on this whole time. And I think it's kind of interesting. My main thought, 91% is ridiculous. My main thought is that VShojo has done a lot of damage to not just their own image, but also the entire image of corpos in the VTubing space. Have a good night, Die Tigress. Have a good night. I think the chance of me becoming superpower is very high. Oh, there's not really anything different here. It's just this one hurts the shogunate a little bit more. Yeah, I think that they've done a lot of damage to just the entire conceits. Well, because they were also the good one, right? Like, they managed to position themselves as the good ones compared to their competitors. Regenerative. I guess you're not on Twitter. Iron Mouse quit VShojo. And so did Haruka and Melody and K-Stone. K-Stone quit on air. As in, she literally was on a live stream with the CEO of VShojo JP and resigned mid-stream. Who is Hayashi? Oh, you're miserable. Get out. Yeah, everyone left. Literally everyone left, including some people who... I'm gonna pause here for a second because this one's really good. Everyone left. Every single talent left that was still in the company. Every single one of them is left, including Berrybug, and Piapi and Tori, who you might notice are not in VShojo. Those were the people who were accepted into VShojo as the next generation, and they also walked out in their contracts. But yeah, Amelie's out, Fruit's out, everyone's out. Every single talent has quit. Also, while you've been streaming, Mint and Phoebe. Yep. Well, that would be a worker cooperative. They could. I mean, the thing is that it's... I don't pay nearly as much attention as Kari, I will say. There's a lot of people in here paying a lot more. VShojo I do specifically pay attention to. I can get off of land-based, thank heavens. Because I like them. I like their talents. I don't... 8% chance of presidential republic on 87% stall chance. That's horrifying. 8% chance and 50% on state atheism. That would be so funny. That'd be so funny to have state atheism in the 1850s. But yeah, basic gist is that the core of it, the core thing that happened is that the company, VShojo, was not paying their talents. That's the big part. That's really the big thing. they weren't paying their talents, and yeah. In particular, the thing that was like kind of the really inciting incidents was securing the power. Successful. What does that mean? Shogunate. Oh, I have to take legitimacy. I absolutely have to take legitimacy. Holy crap. The biggest thing that happened that like really hurt the whole, that really caused the thing that was the big headline news was that our beloved Mousy, Iron Mouse, had done a fundraiser that had raised $500,000 for, 400,000 something for the Immunodeficiency Foundation, and that money just disappeared. Yeah, it's shocking to me as well. That's the part that's very surprising to me, right? I had been just kind of assuming that they had been doing perfectly well this entire time. I was wrong. You gas streetlights. Speaking of gas lights, yeah, they yeah, that's about as bad as it gets too, right? That's oh wow, I am nervous about an overheating economy at the moment. Yep, they fucked it on an epic scale. They fucked it on an epic scale. Yeah, it's... Let me just go to rye. I'll take the hit on enactment chance. Yeah, Keystone's not been paid in 10 months. Zen hasn't been paid since September of last year. The talents haven't said exactly how much money they're missing, but I get the impression that it's probably actually a lot more than 500,000 in total. Yes, very likely. Very likely. Iron Mouse did not explicitly say that she was suing for breach of contract, but she heavily implied that she was already suing for breach of contract. So that's liable to be happening sooner rather than later. Social banditry. Ooh, we got one of the bad results. So she's implied but has not explicitly stated that she's planning on suing. Yeah, exactly. The VShojo still owes 500,000. Yeah. VShojo still owes 500,000. Dialectics unlocked, I don't care. I don't have a single university in the entire freaking country. Like a slob. Kansai. Let's get some of that in there. And enticing them to spend a lot of their own money and a lot of their own time. It's... Yeah, I don't know Ooh. Alright, I'll take that tax cut. It's a little bit alarming. We'll find out if that just completely tanks my entire economy. Edo advocates. Positivism. Positivists are fun. Positivists are funny. Good for the positivists is funny. Why not? Donation of knowledge. I will absolutely take a donation of knowledge. Screw frigates, whatever. Creates a size 1 university in Tohoku, and the industrialist gets a bonus. I will take that. I don't have a single university at the moment. But yeah, positivists. Positivists are such a funny group. The positive movement is so goofy. Yeah, I can get state atheism. I can get state atheism. But yeah, it's actually kind of fun, regenerative, because I'm usually one of the most ignorant people on big VTuber things, but I couldn't sleep last night, so I was on Twitter, and I did see the announcements. Postal savings is good. Investment pool. Let's hang tight here for a second. I did see like Iron Mouse's video, and then I saw the like increasingly frantic reactions from everyone. VShojo itself hasn't put out a press release, which is kind of interesting because again, less than 24 hours and the entire company has lost every single source of revenue it has. It's Nagarunsky. Hello, Nagi. So, investment pool is actually an incredibly important concept in the game that I also don't understand how it works. I actually don't really get it. The basic gist of it is that investment pool money is spent. Excuse me. Is spent on construction by the private sector, which is good because that means that it's money that I am not spending. And so investment pool efficiency means that more money is just kind of into the construction. What are we investing in? I am investing in investing. I am investing in construction. I am investing in construction. Oh, yeah. Yeah, capitalists and landlords and workforce pay in, and they pay in to buy buildings with private construction. Hey, one of them's building a tool workshop in Kanto. Thank heavens. Yeah, they choose what to build. A lot of the players on Reddit really hate what the private construction queue builds. I don't, because they kind of just build profitable things, which is fine. Oh, Cottontail went on a 3-day no internet camping trip for her mental health yesterday morning. Good for her. Good for her. Very funny timing, but also good for her. Yeah, I need some government buildings. I desperately need admin. Kansai, Kanto, Chubu. Oh, they're 50 per. It's gonna take a while to make a dent in that. And I probably need to build another paper mill soon after that. Well, I actually like laissez-faire in this game. I actually really like laissez-faire. I tend to prefer laissez-faire. Let's just try to get this thing done. This thing is too important to futz around. Yeah, imagine coming back from that vacation though. That's gonna be a heck of a vacation to come back from. Do I have any glass production? I don't have any engine production, so that's oops. Yeah, why not put you on philosophy? The one on philosophy department. A 6-day nature trip in Tahoe? Hell yeah. I could definitely use some more coal. A little bit of coal. Well, somebody's already building some more coal. That's fine. That's fine. I don't really need a ton more coal. I do want a ton more iron. The demand for iron never, ever stops. Central banking is on the way. And I think... let's put mechanical tools on next. Water boil is actually on pretty good progress. And then railways. Good fish. Are you a Californian? Mr. Gerative? I have spent very little time in California. But I did mostly I thought the weather was very pretty. Oh, I can do leaded glass. I should have been doing that a million years ago. And change those over to market stalls. Use a little bit of gas. Ah, but you travel. Okay, okay, yeah. One of my least favorite activities on the planet. Thank you for the stock, Almantas. One of my most favorite activities. Chubu Cyclone. I'm going to put the money in. And one of these days we've got to... has anybody built... I need to start building some sulfur mines in Kyushu. And then some chemicals plants in Kyushu, some fertilizer in Kyushu. And some explosives in Kyushu. Jeez, why is my revenue going so consistently up? Poll taxes, consumption taxes. Is it government? It can't be the government dividends. Oh, it's investment pool transfer. That's what happened. Okay. Okay, it was the investment pool transfer from, yes, okay. So you are correct. And we now have per capita taxation. So... that should supercharge us quite a bit. I think it is time to get some more construction. And water tube boiler. That's an exciting one. Water tube boiler is a very, very powerful one. So let's start with coal mines. And the lead mine. Why not start the sulfur mines on there? And we should make some more tooling workshops. Should make some more tooling workshops. In Kanto. Get those throughput bonuses. There's always something that's kind of nerve-wracking, is that, like, you don't have enough construction for the investment pool unless you are, like, really overheating the economy, in my opinion. Or if you're on laissez... I mean, laissez-faire obviously changes things a bit up. Laissez-faire, 1459... It would be so funny to get state atheism. Whoa, 2012 for cultural exclusion. That might happen. These I still don't like. I still don't like these. 870 for 70% stall chance on Presidential Republic is not going to happen. One of these days I should get rid of local police force, but right of assembly is pretty tempting. But not that tempting. I think I'm going with I don't have any healthcare options. Nobody wants the healthcare. Nobody wants the healthcare. Schooling I should get at some point, but I am stopping myself on account of I'm already low on bureaucracy. So I'm getting cultural exclusion super rare. So I'm gonna go for cultural exclusion because that could be really funny. All right, Kari, please contemplate the hot tub. Please contemplate the hot tub and your place in it. We should say inside of it. Hold on, let's do some decrees. I forgot that I can fool around with my decrees here a little bit. Tohoku is not as important at this point as Kyushu. Oh. I would love to get homesteading, but I think it's time to stop bolstering you guys. I don't know if I need to bolster the positivists. These guys are funny though. No, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it because they're funny. Positivist Japan's very funny. Yes, enjoy being wet and hot. I'm feeling pretty good right now. 17.6 million is pretty good for 1855. And 71% literacy. What the hell is happening here? I put so little investment in education. You can have like 100% literacy by like 2/3 of the way through the game. Iron is nice and low. I think it's time to add another one in Kyushu. A Han voice. Equality starts here. 40-12. Okay. Okay, this law is pretty much as good as passed. All right. Iron mines are going down. Whatever. I don't really need samurai approval, and going from 10 to 8 is not really a big deal. I might lose patriotic fervor, but I really just don't need it. Yeah, veteran consultation I care about a little bit more. Veteran consultation is a research fee. Oh, I guess I'm covering it up with the tooltips. With their support, the bill shall pass. Intelligentsia will benefit from factionalism. Because why? Why wouldn't I have them benefit from factionalism? Oh, jeez, I am going to earn recognition before I do the restoration, before I build a single military building. That's crazy. I was not expecting this at all. And investment pool continues to climb. Tools. I'm actually going to pop the tools up to the top. Yeah, fuck it. Both tools up to the top. Bureaucratic Imbroglio. I don't want to lose bureaucracy. I've already got a bureaucracy problem. 21 months on that one. So slightly over a year. But I think I can do... Once those two complete, I'm going to put this up to... Well, actually, I probably don't need to do that. I mean, I want to do that, but... It's a lot of iron mines, right? The 27-layer iron mine of Panto. Ah, and they're building iron mines in Tohoku. Which is fair. It's 22 weeks, that's a couple months. But yeah. I'm wondering a little bit about the viability of the corpo model in general. I'm kind of wondering if... gained a setback. Little bastards. I am wondering if it's really long-term viable. It's possible. People aren't telling me that Hololive is doing perfectly healthily, and I am simply not doubting them. It may be the case that corporate charters unlocked. Yay, I get a company. Mineral Corporation of the Shogunate. Oh, these are not very productive at all. None of these are particularly productive. And you know, not to doubt that. Oh yeah, so it's gotta be Japanese Metalworks. That it might just be that the amount of money in the VTubing world can only support Hololive, and it's not actually possible for any scrappy competitors to be viable, which is interesting to contemplate. Okay, we're recognized. We're recognized. That's crazy. We are recognized. It is 1856, and I am the number 16 power in the world. Let me... yeah, I'm not going to make the... Japanese supremacist movement has begun a propaganda campaign painting Han as criminals. I can take a stand against the vile lies or let them whinge. Letting them whinge is minus 15% enactment chance. Or plus 15%. I want this to pass. I'm going to hit plus 15. Oh, holy crap. I am making a ton of money. Oh, that was just a brief one. Okay, don't get too ahead of myself. Yeah, it's... I'm curious, right? I'm curious as to what that would actually look like. I'm curious as to who could even pull it off. I am not the most optimistic that... Like I said, I suspect that it's entirely possible that it is just like literally the world can only support one Hololive, and then the elderly love selling wood. It's true. Okay, and Cultural exclusion has successfully moved to the consideration phase. Do I not have access? I still not have access to motor industries? That feels crazy to me. Oh, no, I do. Let's start building some in Kanto before I really need them. Ooh, that looks nice and balanced. That looks nice and balanced. Okay, so there's definitely some fluctuation depending on what's going on in the investment pool. 2. What a balanced economy. Kanto is starting to suffer from market access problems. That makes sense. We should take a look at trade centers. Central banking unlocked. Wonderful. Wonderful. Central banking is very good for me. Yeah, Kanto's got running into an infrastructure problem. Chubu, Chugoku, Shikoku, Hokkaido, and let's build another one in Kyushu. And far more pleasant. Oh my god, the previous ways that they've done this have been miserable. Honorable restoration is completed. Kolme is our new shogun. He's not a shogun. Is the new shogun of the Japanese shogun? It's not a shogunate. He's our emperor. The shogunate has fallen from power, and Emperor Kolme has restored the political primacy of the monarchy. This momentous occasion marks the end of centuries of shogunate rule in the Empire of Japan and heralds a new era of modernization and reform. Industrial might or intellectuals? Think about this for a second. Let's think about this for a second. Event in Kansai. I don't really want to look at laws. I want to look at you fuckers. Okay. So industrialists, interest group, laws. They want oligarchy, commercialized agriculture. That's actually pretty good. Private health insurance, not bad. No migration's good. Laissez-faire is great. Now, census suffrage, I'll take that. Public schools, technocracy. Technocracy would be very funny to get. And meanwhile, what do these guys want? Landed voting, universal suffrage, which I want. Protected speech is actually pretty good. I don't know if I'll ever get around to it, but protected speech is pretty good. Private schools, interventionism, technocracy as well, total separation. What do you guys think? I may as well put this to, let's pull you up again. I think I've usually done the industrialists, so I think I will try looking to the intellectuals. And hopefully I moved it from 31 to 35. I was hoping that would be a little bit more dramatic. Yeah, so I think there's much to the tuber community. If a company rises up and sells their products to many people will be bound to grab onto it. I mean, the question is, like, is the money there? That's, like, kind of the big one to me. Like, is the money even there? And you, as a company doing, as a VTuber company, you are going to have to look to how you, as a company, I don't think I want to say Shinto. How'd the legitimacy fall to that hard. What's going on here? Something is happening here, and I don't know what it is. Let's just put you in charge and see what happens. It caused a huge drop in the success rate. There is profit in entertainment. This is true. All the way down to 2 if I take in the intelligentsia. Jeezy Pete's. There is profit in entertainment. This is true, but how much is a question. Yeah, sure. Once cultural exclusion goes, we'll do it. Prejudiced employers. Micronesians can deal with it. And... But the question, so the margins in entertainment are actually pretty small. There's not that much money in it, and you have to both like make a profit, but also so you have to somehow make money, and you have to attract talent. Like that's the biggest thing. So you have to attract talent, and you have to actually make money on running the organization. Con customers not wanted. This is dreadful. Sulfur shortage. I have sulfur mines, right? I'm not going crazy here. Nitroglycerin rocks as a tech, but we're not going to get to use it for a minute. Yeah, I've got sulfur mines. I just need to populate. Let's take a look. Explosive factory, may as well go to ammonia. So I'll be producing 160. So 160, so it's 29 times 5. What's 30 times 5? 150. Okay, so this thing will basically... Iron mines will pretty much eat up the entire demand for my entire explosive production. Just like right out. Is motor industry in here? Yes, motor industry is in here. Cool. So give me all of yours. Cute. Cute. Yeah. Cute. We now have cultural exclusion. Excellent. So that's pretty wonderful. And these guys want me to be on National Guard. It'll be enacted. It'll take forever. But it will give me more legitimacy, which is always nice to have. You know, yeah, government admin up there. Oh, we're about to get Central Archives anyway. See, maybe I'll be able to actually put money into an institution. Well, I don't really want to put any money into these, not money, any, won't put anything into those institutions. I might just leave it alone and let National Guard pass and just take advantage of that, because National Guard does take up bureaucracy. Central bureaucracy. Oh, jeezy Pete's, that caused a big jump in income. Jeezy Pete's. Oh, alright. Let's take a look at my paper. Because that Okay, my paper mills are in fact about as productive as they can be, and I don't have sulfite pulping. So you guys actually go to the top of the queue. Get that paper corrected. Dissenters break ranks. Stall is going to require rewrites. The yeah, I think Nano gets that. I think he's fooling with you, regenerative. You know what I haven't been building in Kanto that I need? Steel mills. Zaibatsu cooperation. Zaibatsu cooperation. Oh yeah, I gotta take that. Progress. Sure, why not? Connections. No, we do this by the book. Student of the Blade. Hold on here, so let's see. Retire the samurai. Let's revoke the right of the sword. Causes a big spike in radicalism, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. This is genuinely so weird to get recognized and restored this early. I'm used to not getting the restoration until I'm like already a superpower, which will take a minute. And I think a lot of why I'm not is because I haven't built like any navy. I think that once I start navalizing, it will pick up pretty fast. But my GDP is... I think I'm doing pretty well on GDP and GDP per capita. Let's get another one in Kanto. Actually, another one in Kyushu. Opposition members. I will accept that. And then... But yeah, I don't know, I'm kind of curious, right? I'm kind of curious to see if anybody else can figure out how to make this stuff happen. And I don't know that they can, right? I don't know that they can. I don't know. Welcome back, Lore Master. Welcome back. We're actually about to go to ads, is how it's going. I am actually really, and I'm constantly amused by how narrow my budget balance has been. My budget balance has like really been close to zero repeatedly, which is pretty funny. I don't know why I would want this. I genuinely don't know what trade privileges does. Well, I mean, or building one, and not even compete, as in just like be indefinitely solvent. But all right, we're going to go over to the wait screen so I can use the bathroom. I will be back in a few minutes. See you soon. I'm back. I will say that Nanomancer, the thing that I'm kind of talking about and that I'm thinking about, I'm gonna deny. Let's see about negotiating. The thing about it that hits me. Is there any goods that they would actually want to give me? Because like I would love to get some coal or iron. No, they don't want to give this to me. Take a law commitment. No, those are good. Go for it. Let's just see what happens. But yeah, I am talking more about the question of, can the business make money, right? That's kind of what I'm wondering about. Because this is, I guess, maybe because I'm like business brain these days. I am kind of wondering if V Shoujo was remotely solvent. That was a car I was talking about earlier, and a couple of other people talked about, like, they declined it. Cool. Is it even possible, right? Can you make money? Can you make money doing this? Wood. Give me wood. Yeah, I knew it was already declined. I should know what Power Block Embassy was. It clearly wasn't. Yeah. It clearly, I mean, I was more curious about it last night. It's pretty clear that it's not now. At this point in its history. The question is, can you do this? Man's rich as fuck. Yeah, I don't know, did he get bored and just, like, start pulling funding? Oh, yeah, I need more paper mill. I need more paper mill. Kyushu, save me Kyushu, give me paper mill. And then, actual most important thing, another one in Kyushu. He started a backpack company. Yeah, the question is not like, can a rich guy just bankroll? That's not really the question of solvency. The question of solvency is, like, if you're not gun run, if you're me, you know, am I able to, with the restrictions that any VTuber company would be under, be able to make a profitable company? Boo! This is gonna take forever. You require significant market capture. Yeah, this is the thing. This is the thing, is that, like, Hollow's solvent, right? And nobody's questioning Hollow's solvency. If Hollow solvent, oh, City of Plenty, this is dumb event. Yeah. If Hollow is solvent, like, does that require that in order for a VTuber company to be solvent, that they have to be Hollow live scale? Like, is that the only way to pull it off? You know, I'm pretty confident I can get another construction sector in here. Let's put it in Tohoku. Oh, yep. As soon as the paper costs have started falling, it's already having effect. I don't know. Boo, phase connect. I suppose we'll see, right? Yeah, I mean, it's the goal I want to reach as a dude. Right, as just a dude operating in it as a human is like, I do want to be solvent. It's, like I said, I don't know if there are some, like, major obstacles in the way. I'll actually coffee company disguised as a VTuber agency. Yep. Improve the modernization movement. I want the modernization movement to win. Especially because I was a schmuck and I supported the industrialists. Not the industrialists, the intellectuals, and they have been eating shit this whole time. I need the modernization movement. Homesteading's 2064. I'm like further away from getting homesteading than I was at the start of the game. It's not very impressive. Ah, boo. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna pass this government petition. Nothing can stop the fishman from Canada. And I mean, well, so that's kind of the thing, right? Is like, is there a benefit to being another company that's cross-pollinating with VTubing? And if you are a company that's cross-pollinating with VTubing, what is something that actually makes sense to cross-pollinate with VTubing? And on top of like a question of does it make sense, there's a question of is it a reliable, sustainable business in question, right? You know, there's the famous joke that Harvard is an investment bank, or a hedge fund, really, that happens to have a school attached to it, right? That's the school stuff is just there for taxation and money laundering purposes. And then outside of that, it's just and hello, Commodore. Hello, Commandor. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's been the joke for years. That's been the joke for years. And, it's not a particularly spicy joke. Fractional distillation. Do I even have grocery industries? Oh shit, steel mill spells and Bessemer. Not a single grocery. I don't have a single grocery. I am flabbergasted by how focused my capitalists have been. No groceries. No groceries. Sorry, Micronesians. There's only like 100 of you. Let's get another one in there. It's all people just literally walking down to the farmer's market every day. It's all pure farmer's market. Oh, do I actually have engines now? Do I actually have motor industries? I do have motor industries. It's time to induce some demand. Baby. Oh. Law debate failed. Okay, whatever. And do some demand for those engines. Oh, my capitalist base is pathetic. My general suggestion for doing a PhD is don't. Oh, crap, I don't have any... Crap, okay, never mind. We're not getting to induce any demand for a minute. I forgot those needed steel, not just iron. No wrought iron engines for us. However, we can do canned fish. We do finally have groceries. Hell yeah. Patent stills. Should I even want patent stills? I think I don't. What was I even looking for? Not motor industries. What's taking demand from shipyards? Shipyards, okay. So the motor industries rot for a minute. You feel you need one? Like I said, I generally don't recommend against it. From my perspective, right, from like my like humane, social science, and academic perspective, the most important thing is choosing a thesis topic that is compelling, interesting, and cool. That's your number one consideration. Then having chosen a thesis topic that is cool and interesting and drives you, well, then you choose a field, right? You choose a field that suits your PhD topic. And having chosen these things, you are then going to want to hunt for advisors. I do feel like it does depend on a little bit of what your career ambition is. If your career ambition is to work as an academic in these United States, which strong recommend against, probably the best reason to do a PhD in the United States is to have, at this point, is to get out of the United States. But taking for granted that you are in a position where getting a PhD should have enough from my sulfur mines. Let's go with my mines. How many mines do I got? Mines. Also, hold on. Let's put you on nitro. And of course you on nitro. Explosive will catch up. Yeah, I would say U.S. academia is a ruins. I don't think it can recover. I just genuinely don't think it can recover. Period. But assuming that you are trying to get an academic job in these United States, pedigree matters a lot more than your advisor or your research topic. Or I shouldn't even say your research topic. It would be a fashionable research topic versus a less fashionable one. But if you are planning on being inside an academic field, right? If you're planning on like being a teaching professor or a researching professor, the current tendency in research is increasingly heavily towards two steel mills. That should actually be hold on. Steel mills under the Bessemer process are producing 90 per. The demand is going to be driven very heavily by these. So 24, so I need at least 280. So let's wait for all 5 to get built. And honestly, spelled 6. Oh, I might actually get initial guard passed. You struggle thinking of a job you want. That's why I left. I wasn't 5 times better than the Nepo babies. That's why I stopped. That's what did me in. If you I'm not even sure I was at all even a 1% better than the Nepo babies. 5 times better. I guess the question is more just like what job? Like available decisions. I definitely don't want State Shinto. You know what? I think it might be time to do. Yeah, engines are expensive. Steel is expensive. They'll catch up. I think it's one more paper mill and then... let's build... 10 in Kansai. Wait, no. Why did I do that? That's a bad way to. That's a bad way to do. It's a bad way to do this. I hate that. Only we erased like half a week of progress, but I'm still annoyed about it. Kyushu. Development University. Let's spread them out a little bit because they increase qualifications. Yeah, let's do that. Hello, Blue. Hello, Blue. We have National Guard. I don't know a job you are thinking of that's the one that is the only one you feel comfortable with. Secret Police 4%, that's not bad. I do actually kind of want schools. I already got cultural exclusion, autocracy. Presidential Republic is not happening anytime soon. I do want to get off of... I do want to get some voting one of these days. I think it's time for public schools. Percussion cap? That feels insanely early. That feels crazy early. That feels so early. 64% of it's just this. How are they doing so badly? How are the intellectuals doing so badly? Yeah, I mean, you do a PhD. There's a couple of things that might get you the PhD might be valuable for. The big one is, of course, teaching. If you want to become a research chemist or like a research physicist or something, you'll also need a PhD. And those would be like, again, those would be for like bailing on the United States. Would be a lot of the value there. 75%. I'm number 4. I've been falling in the rankings. Tawanitsuyu. Dang, okay. 80% literacy rate on 20,000 people. Good for you. Co-education, which will piss off a whole bunch of people. One of which is a marginalized group. Yeah, I don't... but, you know, that might tell me something about what other jobs you want to do, right? But yeah, if you want to be like a research historian or something like that, it's real challenging. To put it mildly. Let's max those out in Kyushu. Discipline and punish. focus on our curriculum. And... oh, we're about to get railways. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Reinforced concrete will take 10 years. That's a pain. I do actually want mechanized workshop. I usually don't get the +10 economy of scale building level cap, but actually we are going to take advantage of that. We're actually going to be able to take advantage of that. That's cool. Very little in here cares. Steel frame building is 13 years off. This game goes from 1836 to 1936, so no. Railways. Excellent. Railways. Let's go on with steel mills. So there's a steel shortage. Oh, right. The Kanto one's over the steel tools. I should drive it pretty hard. The steel mills will take a minute to catch up. Maybe I should have done the other order. Steel tools, wrought iron tools. A little more steel. Yeah, it's 100 years, and they like to do a thing where it picks up. Because the next game is, oh, hold on. Who is this guy? He's a royalist of the Buddhist monks. Step down, get bent. Boo! Boo. What a waste of time. Yeah. In 11 years, 1936. So the next one after this one is Hearts of Iron, which is really about World War II. Because they're all about, like, specific historical moments. Victoria is about the Victorian era. The long 19th century, as they say. And then the, heck yeah. Grassroots support for law. Sure, I'll take that. And then the Europa Universalis is the one before Victoria, which is designed to cover from the end of the Middle Ages. That is to say, like, they've been moving it back, but it used to be from, like, the fall of Constantinople. And then from fall of Constantinople to through the Napoleonic era. And then before that is Crusader Kings. And there is Imperator Rome, but Imperator Rome's functionally dead. Nobody likes Imperator Rome, which is not entirely true, because I kind of like Imperator Rome. This seems like a good time to squeeze in a couple of these. Constant's got 10. What the hell is Constant got 10 for? Engines are super expensive. Steel is super expensive. Oh, okay. So the motor industries are still catching up. Motor industries are still catching up. Okay. Let's do another explosives or two. So it passed on Imperator. The music is very pretty. I would say that Paradox is doing grand strategy at a level that is very cool, but they also fuck it up constantly, and it makes me really mad. But they're also kind of the only people really doing this. And like, it's very easy for me to talk about ways that it could be done much better. But again, they're also the only ones doing it. And I'm certainly not in a position to actually just, like, overthrow them. I'm not even sure my best gaming ideas are ideas that are, like, straightforward competitors. Oh my goodness, no. No, oof. Oof. Law debate success. Oof. Oof. I know people who work for and with, there's that point where it would get you Swedish citizenship. That is true. That is true. But, psychiatry unlocked. I know people who work for and with them, and I don't want to. I don't want to. Jeezy Pete's. I can't produce. I gotta get off of autocracy, man. I gotta get off of autocracy. This is killing me. Autocracy is killing me. Military railways. Yeah, Swedish citizenship does sound pretty good. Sweden always sounds like good citizenship to me. Even if you'd asked me decades ago, I'd be like, heck yeah. Sounds like a lovely time. At this point in history, you know, especially, right? Slow enriching farming, some fruits. Slow enriched farming. Big orchards. Yeah. My standard of living is so bad. Extraction economy is even an option? Jesus. Who even wants this? Nobody wants it. Oh, it's the absolutist. Okay. Yeah, whatever. Only because you've been to Switzerland and not... That's fair, that's fair. The countries that... Oh, that's a horrible stall right there. Yeah, the countries that I've been to are all kind of infamously hard ones to get citizenships. Wisdom, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Oh, okay. I haven't in Sakoku? Huh. Retire the samurai, industrialize Japan. Yeah, industrialization was on its way. The fall of the samurai is not on its way at all. Yeah, we gotta take that. Actually, I probably shouldn't take that. Philosophical pragmatism doesn't really matter. Alright, let's take a look here. Engines are still expensive. Steel is still expensive. What's going on with my steel mills? What's going on with my steel mills? Give me the steel mills. They're still hiring people. Okay. They're still hiring people. No. Let's wait for those to catch up. I might actually let the private go for a minute. Oh wait, no, never mind. I thought you dingbats were building some railroads. I need railroads in Kansai. That's what I need. I need railroads in Kansai. Development, railway, not Kansai, Kanto. 20 per level, 5 urbanization per level. That's not what I need. I need infrastructure per level. Let's go. 3. Well, I don't think it's very secretive where I'm looking. Bounce it. I maybe will regret that one. Noblesse Oblige is actually pretty good. I should have withdrawn from the treaty. Dang. I liked that treaty. Let's take a look around. I want wood, and I want iron, and I want to sell my engines. World markets. Britain is importing engines. Interesting. Britain is importing engines. That is interesting. I want to look at the British market. I want to look at the British. Good transfers. You'll take engines. Okay. And you got wood for me? I mean, fabric ain't bad. They don't want to sell me wood. Oh well. Meat I will happily take. Holy crap. Take as much meat as you can give me. You know what? I'll take as much all food as you can give me. Anything. Anything. Anything at all, baby. Give me that food. Japan is importing fish. Blue, thank you for the prime. Thank you for the prime. But yeah, I don't think anybody is no, it's called no alliance, no military assistance, that's fine. Takasaki Protocol. Didn't even actually get the good I wanted, which was wood. Lol. Yeah, now engines are crazy expensive, but they'll catch up. They'll catch up. They'll catch up. I am deeply worried about my ability to pass these public schools. That happens. I mean, honestly, truth in advertising. Truth in advertising. I am simply pretty sleepy. Yeah. I don't know how much later I'm gonna keep on going. So it's the motor industries are still building. Tooling workshops are still equipping up. I do need to build those armed industries. I do need to build these up. And sooner or later, I need to build military shipyards, which will also go into Kanto. 1864. Wow, that's a beefy Mexico. Still number 3. Oh, I'm ahead of Mexico. Okay. Sure, I'll take the prestige. I'll take the prestige, why not? Hey, that was enough to get me ranked up to major power. Yeah, it's fair to say that I'm a bit sleepy here. Workout time. All right. All right. Law debate success. I'm actually just going to put us on speed 3 while I do that. Big old stretch. I'm going to do squats because I like squats. I shouldn't be waking up at 3 a.m., but... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Whoop, on. 9, 10. And now the right leg. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, that's both legs. Okay, there's some deal coming across the desk from Los Estados Unidos. They don't trade privileges. I don't know what that means. Can I get mutual funds? Mutual funds good. 8 years. No, I can't. Realism honestly doesn't hurt. Joint stock wouldn't hurt. Yeah, it's only 10 per leg, yeah. 10 squats per leg is pretty good. Yeah, at the moment, I mean, Australia does have a decent sectoral balance, but it is also very funny that in a lot of ways, Australia is a Gulf state, but for iron. Yeah, 10 per leg. That's 20. 10 on the left leg, 10 on the right leg, that's 20. Nope. And hello, Secret. Alright. I mean, I could do another set. I don't know if I could do 20 per set. I did read some interesting research that proposed that oh yeah, I don't want skirmish infantry. Although actually I could go to skirmish infantry. 50 per level, so I need... We now have public schools, excellent. Kyushu, okay, so that's law. I can't get off of that. Boo. That's pretty bad chance for laissez-faire. Very bad chance for presidential republic. Honestly, anything is good. I'll take wealth voting. I'll take wealth voting. I love the sock weapon. Well, hello, Dulcet. Hello, Dulcet. It is good to have you here. It's good to have you here. Prussia is improving relations. Baking powder unlocked. Alright, let's get the munitions built first. And then as the military shipyards come off the line... oh, hell yeah, public trains. Hell yeah. Steamships. How are my steel mills looking? Steel mills still slow. Oh my goodness. Yes, you can. You can. Yep. Yep. Rennie's referred to this as the thigh highs. Yep, yep. Which amuses me deeply. It's wonderful, it's wonderful. I love it. Okay, hold on. We need to... We do... need to get some government admin here. Oh, mechanized workshops. Oh, that's gonna actually be pretty good. Just like immediately. Sewing machines. I do want sewing machines. Yes. No, mechanized workshops do I want. And sewing machines, yes. It's precision tools I don't really care about. Baking powder. Let's go. It's the military aspect's pretty low. I have like no army right now in particular. I am in particular militarily weak. Because one of the first things that I did was I disbanded most of my army. I've never restored most of it. I would even say this is primarily an economics game. Even the diplomacy is pretty minimal compared to the impact of, Yes! Oh, wait, hold on. Sort of. You can sort of scam them. Sort of an option. Not quite sure what that would look like. One of my favorite videos of all time, though, I must say, one of my absolute favorite, funniest videos of all time is, yeah, let's get there. We're rating a little bit higher. Is Among Us in Victoria 3 by Veilfisk. As ever, I'm shilling for Veilfisk. Yes, Secret. They did Among Us Victoria 3. It's... Veilfisk is a maniac. Veilfisk is a lunatic. Veilfisk is very, very goofy. I just think Among Us Hearts of Iron is easier. And perhaps, you watch Veilfisk's diplomacy games? You need to watch his Among Us variations, because his Among Us variants are completely lunacy. I'm a particularly big fan of the Among Us Counter-Strike. Okay, upgrade all units. See, I started the game with 40 battalions, and I actually reduced it down to, of the 100 battalions, I reduced down to 40 to save money, basically. Military shipyards. It's time for me to start... Yeah, the munitions plants will catch up. Time for me to start building a fleet. There we go. That's going to take forever. That's going to cost a ton of money. But it might be enough by itself to just pump me into, just launch me into great power status once it gets completed. Obstruction, I need this thing to get past. That stall chance is murder. Oh, I'm having fuel problems. I'm having fuel problems. Let's take a look at here something. Needs... Yeah, it's clothing. Clothing is what's killing them. Once the private sector really starts picking up the slack on that, I might need to actually start making some government clothing facilities. Let's see, who's a good... Who's a good clothing exporter? USA. Yeah. All fine. Fooled me again. Oh, they don't want to give me clothes. I want to sell me luxury furniture. Do you want to give me clothes? No, you don't want to give me clothes. Who the heck wants to give me clothes? Alright, what's going on over here? Trade unions, sure. Peasant movement, sure. As we organize private military academies. I'll just take it. One of these days I might need to add another consumption tax. A dangerous business. Yeah, whaling's not really that important. I'm being completely honest. I have the military shipyards. I don't know what's going on here. Political imprisonment. Kwangdong and his supporters have publicly petitioned a prison Chugoku for a release of pro-wealth voting protester. Yes, I want the pro-wealth. I want wealth voting to pass because anything that gets me off of autocracy. Autocracy is ruining me. I've been on autocracy too long. It's 1867. I'm still a monarchical autocracy. It's messing me up. And I can't form any sort of reasonably legitimate government without the samurai, which is a problem because one, they're mad, and two, I'm trying to get rid of them. Okay, let's go, generalized training. That's true, so we just need samurai out of the government. 75% of eligible Japanese states have urban centers. Book recommendations. Book recommendations. Hold on. Ooh, power the purse. Heck yeah. Wooden passenger cars. Let's do that. Sorry, just a little bit. Can I see urban centers from here? Urban center. Chugoku, Shikoku, Hokkaido. It's actually probably gonna go through pretty quick. Book topic. Not seeing books as proto television, something keep them in the okay, hold on. Commandor, I might need some help with what you're asking me. So usually when people ask, usually kind of the intent and orientation of the book recommendation is that people will say like a genre or something like a concept or like something they want to learn about. Like, are you looking for like a novel that's very like temporally cohesive? Or like one that's not. A book that can teach you to like books. Like, do you already have some books that you do like? Or are you just looking for like a book that you feel like would be a good introductory? Railway inputs, steel railway cars. Might do something to drive up revenue a little bit. Or drive down expenses. Naval bases build super fast. Yeah, let's make the radicals angry. If you want a book that's exciting and active and very descriptive, I mean, I personally like it. I like to encounter things that are counterintuitive. I find that fun, right? I find it fun and exciting to have my preconceptions kind of challenged and fought against. I don't know. Give The Dispossessed a try. The Dispossessed is a really good book. Ursula Le Guin's The Dispossessed. Hard to dislike The Dispossessed. No, incapacitated agitator. Boo. So either Kwangdong was poisoned or he was wounded. Kwangdong is a Democrat in the peasant movement. Scour for the assassins, yeah. Journal of Philosophical Studies. I'll not fund it. It's kind of expensive and I'm worried about money. When did I lose my interest in Indonesia? Indonesia, a classic one for me. With China. Oceania, I guess? Sure. Okay, we're getting hit by the ads. We're getting hit by the ads. Oh, geez, Pete, I make a ton of money when the construction queue empties. And I don't want the construction queue to be empty. I do not want that. I want to be building things. I want to be building things. Yeah, you actually kind of want things that are less descriptive, to be honest. I think work better with the medium. I think being overly descriptive is actually a real weakness in a book. Me and Mixer just talking about that. All right, give me. Let's watch the fan art. I am back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I mean, I'm literally talking to a calligrapher. Literally talking to a calligrapher when talking about obsolete art mediums. Though admittedly, calligraphy is a much declined medium in a lot of ways. It's still not a dead one. But I will say that the decline in pulp, there's kind of an interesting... It's actually kind of interesting. That's actually kind of an interesting question, right? Because there's two ways to look at it. I don't feel like there's a lot of confusion about that. And one thing is, like, the real reason why pulp magazines are not published is because we don't really make pulp paper. The demands of the paper industry and how paper is produced are different. That's the biggest factor, and you know, the pulp publishing was a result of a particular time and place in how paper production technologies proceeded. Yeah, good paper got cheap, so you didn't have to do that. If we're talking about, like, the types of stories that were published in pulp stories, there were aesthetic changes. There were aesthetic changes to what people like. And if you're looking at reading books and short stories that are like the kinds of things that got published in the pulps, that's what AO3 is for. It's entirely possible that that type of reading is more popular than ever at this point. Japanese flotillas are going to take forever to get up to task. Admiral Goro Yamamoto. I want to promote this guy like crazy. Trade unions and a reformer. Let's go. AO3 is not paywalled, or I think it's partially ad supported. It's Archive of Our Own, which is like the big place for fan fiction. Not a lot of original fiction, but not none. But, you know, people kind of use fan fiction in the same way that people would use stuff like Conan the Barbarian, right? Where you kind of know who the characters are, you kind of know what they're about, blah, blah, blah. Again, tastes have changed over time, but in terms of people reading, it's largely up. It's largely up. It's kind of interesting to see the things that happen, right? Because, like, it always depends on... You can get all sorts of weird stories depending on how you look. One of the ones that really stuck in my head is the decline... Is that all of the most watched television shows of all time are, like, long over, right? They're long over. Let's get over here. Let's take a look at my institutions. I can get my education up to 3. Okay. Okay. What's it going to cost to get that? What's it going to cost to get those institutions up? Needs 793. So 793. Adding it 65 per. So 600. I would get 650 for 10. Something like that. 10, 16. That should do the trick. That should do the trick. Yeah, people do a lot of stuff without getting paid. One thing I continue to VTube. Popular outreach. Oh yeah, no, gotta take it. Gotta take it. This is a stressful vote. 39% to 43% is so high. 43% is so freaking high. Why'd I do that? And John. Hawaii is improving relations. Thank you, Hawaii. Oh crap! I need get you up there. Just in general, wood is proving to be a bit of a challenge. Joint stock companies, +1 to my max number of companies. Heck yeah. Oh, we gotta go with construction efficiency. Gotta go with construction efficiency. No way. 6 years for steel frame buildings. I don't know how much I care about any of this stuff. In military, there's kind of stuff I care about, but oh, it's ironclads and stuff like that I do care about, but they are a ways off. Chemical bleaching is getting researched. Turns out that not really caring about the military messed up my research priorities. I mean, certainly zines publish that. Certainly zines publish that. And again, there are changes in taste and there are changes in formatting. Like, Tijuana Bibles are pretty uncommon because you can just find hentai. It's not particularly hard. I think I might actually be at the point where the thing I need to be making is food industries. Yeah, discoverability is a challenge. Discoverability is a challenge. I'm not gonna pretend it's not. Sweet sassy molassy clothes industries are effective. Just gonna make all my consumer good stuff in Kansai. Fuck it. Okay, let's see, how long is that construction queue? 31 months. That's a good long construction queue. Yep. No, I mean it's oh, what's going on there? Okay, I was like, what the heck is happening there? Yeah, finding what you're looking for can be tricky. Finding what you're looking for can be tricky. Let's see, what does this do? Oh yeah, it does nothing. Does nothing. Is there any decrees I can get that I want? Social mobility is always a really good one. Road maintenance, Kyushu. That may be about time to take road maintenance off Kanto and put it on Kansai. Dangerous equipment. Trade unions are basically non-existent. Let's go. Let's hope that works. I hope I don't have to raise taxes. I guess I'm recognized, so going into debt's not that big of a deal. Yeah, interest rate's only 10%. It's like 20+% when you're unrecognized, which is brutal. If I can get the petties happy. Fair enough, Niano. Fair enough, Niano. Let's... Let's bump a couple of these things down. We have wealth voting, thank heavens. Oh, I lost 100 authority, lol. I had 100 authority and I spent it all and I lost it. Yeah, minus 100 authority is pretty nasty. I should. Goodbye. Let's see. What's so that's gonna make the petty. None of those will make anybody happy. Well, the petty bourgeois are actually really annoying. So, oh my god, 41%? Holy crap, I should have passed that a million years ago. I don't actually want to trade any of these out. Interventionism is maybe okay. My 25% capitalist investment pool efficiency is probably pretty bad for me, if I'm honest. Let's take a look. Losses. That's not what I'm looking for. I need population. Hello, Winday. Still on neat? Hello. Oh, that's what you mean by still on. I was like, hello. I need to look at the detail list. I care about... I want to figure out how many capitalists I got. 180,000 aristocrats to 29,000 capitalists. So, yeah, so... I'll keep this going. It's okay, Kira. I will say, Kira, I am getting pretty close to winding down because I am quite tired. It is 4 a.m. It is 4 a.m. 66%. So I need to get one more of my states urbanized. One more of my... Oh, gold mines. Hell yeah. One more state urbanized. Tohoku, Kanto, Chubu, Kansai, Kyushu, Chugoku. Okay, Shikoku. Shikoku needs to urbanize somehow. Well, it's gonna take forever. Because I've got a pretty lengthy construction queue right now. Over 2 years. Quite busy. Stuff keeps happening. Where's my day? I do love your art. I do love your art. I do love Kira's art. Kira's art's very good. Oh yeah, the Constitutional Reform Party is absolutely who I want to win. How's the selection looking? Who? Constitutional Reform Party and the Imperial Rule Party. Oh, the militarists are not in either of these. I did get out of autocracy. We are on landed voting, right? We're on wealth voting. Boo! The Takasaki Protocol is good. Boo. Let's do that. Dedicated police force. There's a famine. Bullshit. hate negotiating trade deals. Give me food. What do you want for food? Do you want engine? Do you want luxury clothes? You want luxury clothes. Some money can be spared for the Imperial Girl Party? Absolutely not. Party can't afford to campaign, should be campaigning. Yeah, famine sounds bad. Unacceptable government. Wow, my... let's take a look. Interest rates. I can figure out some way to get treasury bonds activated. Oh. Do I really need to be doing the positives movement? I really don't need to be doing the modernizations. Imperial rule, wow. Dang. Momentum really went their way at the end there. I don't want them in power at all. Suck it up. The losers of the election are in power. Yeah, even some very didactic works, people are, very much do not interpret them the way I would interpret them. Yeah, let's risk the Civil War. It is something of an established joke, right? That the what does Shikoku have that can provide urbanization? Honestly, I might do that. Shell gun unlocked. Law debate failed. Boo. Fuck it. Let's get those done. Where are those going in? Kansai. Building railways in Kansai. Excellent. Let's get some decrees going. You and encourage manufacturing in Kanto. Hell yeah. Yeah, you gotta learn. You gotta learn at some point, man. You gotta learn. Things change. Things aren't always what you're expecting. If anything, I kind of want to recommend reading, recommending some nonfiction. I kind of want to recommend some nonfiction. Soldiers and Ghosts is one of my most common recommendations. That's a wonderful book. The Odyssey is nonfiction. Hell yeah. Practice, Commodore. And I guess to a certain extent there's a philosophical question, right? Of like, are you philosophically willing to do that? Are you philosophically and intellectually like on board with that? Because if you don't want to do something, it's kind of hard to do it as a rule. 37 million. I feel like, oh wow, I've been growing quite quickly. 37 million. Rifling, chemical bleaching, those are both production methods that I can fool around with. That can get me somewhere. Yeah, that's a definite improvement. And that's a good one. But you are... Oh, geez, crystal glass. I forgot about crystal glass. Ceramics. Okay, yeah. Lead. No, new research. What should I research? What should I research? Okay. Nothing really in military is super appealing at the moment. Oh, reinforced concrete, let's go! Reinforced concrete's a good one. Reinforced concrete's a really good one. Open hearth process and dynamite are also... These are all really good ones. Reinforced concrete's the king, though. Reinforced concrete's goated. I actually am trying... I just got quinine, but I actually do want to get off of... Oh, forgot about doing this part. Forgot actually clicking the thing. I actually do want to get off of my colonial institution. It's just annoying. It's just wasting my time. Yeah, improved fertilizer is really good. Improved fertilizer rocks. I'm a big fan. It's me or them. What's this guy's? Yoshinori Tokugawa. He's an intelligentsia protector. I don't really give a crap. Which one can take the hints? Yeah, what a ridiculous thing to say. Fuck him. Fuck him. Oh, my... What's going on here? I wish I had any understanding of what's happening on this very small scale stuff. Raising concerns. I'll take it, actually. Because that'll get me... farmers markets. Yeah... To be honest, unless you're doing math, you're not going to really encounter truth. Maths and philosophy kind of have a monopoly on truth. You're not going to find truth in history, for example. It's just not going to happen. Great power. I missed it. But we're great power now. We're great power in it. 342. I'm guessing it was the naval expansion that did it, because my navy is training up. 1700 is not bad. 1570 military is land army is pretty bad, but 1700 navy ain't too shabby. I'm really not in position to afford greater. This is a bug that annoys me. Is the ledger. There we go. Prestige, the UK at 3,100. Fuck off. In economy, I am behind the USA and I'm growing faster. Growing considerably faster than Russia. France is growing pretty quick. UK is growing. Wow, that's pretty solid. And of course, the Raj and Qing are very static. Please give me dedicated police force. I need you, dedicated police force, save me. Hopefully once I get all these factories built, my standard of living will start improving quite a bit. So let's see. Oh, munition shortage? Munition shortage? Munition shortage? Munition shortage. Munition shortage. Guess I'm not kidding about the munition shortage. Yeah, groceries and food are really expensive. Clothes and foods. Yeah, Commodore, I don't know what to say to that. The most... I also don't know that, like, I don't know how much I care about, like... I guess I kind of do care a little bit about... why... about, like, which... I kind of care a little bit about which books sell better because I always find market information interesting. I kind of find the question of sociological demand interesting. But it's ultimately not very important for deciding what's, like, good. Oh, I've got dedicated police force. Thank heavens. Thank heavens. Frontier colonization... Limited by law to states connected to the state capital by land. I might actually do that. Fuck it. I didn't even check out other laws I have available. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking one day. I actually have never gotten the chance to do it as Japan, interestingly. Like, I've just never successfully gotten to that point. I think I might have quinine. I do have quinine. Feels like fate. Feels like fate. Shikoku Urban Center 4. Add some fishing wharves in here. Why not? Get some crabs. I don't even remember. Thank you, Regenerative. When have you scheduled the Russo-Japanese War? I am not on track for it at all. My navy might be better. My navy is smaller than Russia's. 1706 to their 1724. Okay, I could reasonably beat the Russian navy, but the army is an enormous gap. The Russian army is massively better than mine. I am actually like demilitarized, relatively speaking. 1570. Yeah, they've got 10 times the army power that I do. Let's see. I'm going to follow Winday's things. Yeah, believability is an interesting thing. I mean, I always like the phrase verisimilitudinous, but it's not really that important. Right? It's not really that important. Let's just see what happens. I think I'm going to be in trouble. I think France or the US is going to come for me. Do we have anything else on here? Yeah, scrap the current draft, let it go. Let's mobilize the first army. French Micronesia. No, I absolutely don't, Commodore. I actually, a lot of books I read are, a lot of my favorite books are extremely unrealistic and unbelievable. One of the most famous books in, yeah, goodbye. One of the most famous books, what am I looking for? What's the name I'm looking for of it? Invisible Cities. Invisible Cities is one of the most important books. If you are an RPG player, Invisible Cities is some incredible stuff. I love that one. Invisible Cities is crazy, but it makes so little sense. Yeah, that's a great question. What the heck is the deal with Austria-Hungary? What the heck is the deal with Prussia? I kind of just have to conclude that the Paradox devs think that, like, the formation of Germany was, like, kind of unlikely. At a very profound level. Need another... What else is going on? Yeah. The Edo Arsenal. Oh yeah, no, let's take the progression. Oh hey, they didn't, nobody tried to stop me. Neat. Neat planet invasion. The first fleet, 4 weeks. Hungary for some Turkey. I mean, I'm a person who actually does tend to push pretty hard for... I tend to defend realism in fiction because I don't think it's worth nothing. It's just also, like, it's not worth everything. Imagine if I colonized the Mapuche. I guess so. I mean, it does kind of make me think mostly just kind of need to relax. The ethics of exploitation. So, hold on. So, colonial exploitation is morally correct. Based, paid off. I don't know. I haven't tested. I have not my runs as Japan have not gotten that. War goals were enforced. Usually when I am doing shenanigans in Terracoya completed. Excellent. Usually when I'm doing shenanigans with Japan in like the colonizing and stuff like that, I usually focus on transferring the Philippines and like dismantling the Dutch East Indies. I feel like I'm a little bit vulnerable for that at the moment. Looks like my consumer goods industries are paying off. Yeah, Philippines mentioned. Woo! They're here. They're here. There's Philippines, and their overlord is Spain. The Spanish army could kick my butt. The Spanish army could kick my butt. That said, I should probably... start increasing the size of my military, I guess. Okay. That stings a little bit, but... yeah, the Spanish are in charge of the Philippines. The Philippines is a country, but it's underneath the Philippines. I'm sorry, the Philippines is a country, but underneath the Spanish. And yeah, the Spanish army is like twice the size of mine. My army is, it must be said, shit, I think is the word we're looking for here. Shit. Sounds correct. But no, that's not accurate. What am I doing here? That's an enormous amount of artillery. Triage unlocked. If you guys want to clip something, please do. My brain is turned into mush right now. Oh, Colonial Expectation is definitely gonna pass, though. That's good. Realism unlocked. Oh my goodness, that's super late. 1873 for realism. Holy. Do I even have an Arts Academy? Where'd it be? Arts Academy. Oh, I do have some Arts Academy. Realism and let's go with bourgeois. Let's go with independent. The realist movement. The world is grim and mundane. Ooh, they're getting good luck with these stalls. So why do colonizers decolonize? That's a decolonization happens for a variety of reasons, and the biggest reason is colonial resistance. Decolonial resistance. Pretty much every country that gets decolonized kind of has a different story. I don't know. Pretty much every country has a different story. India fundamentally becomes independent above all else, probably because of, at least in my reckoning, in my read of what happened, above all else because of the collapse of the Sterling system. Hong Kong was all about great power rivalry bullshit. And depending on who you ask in Hong Kong, some Hong Kongers would say it was never decolonized. It was just recolonized. If you are I legitimately have already forgot what you guys clipped. Oh god, I forgot that I had Firefox closed to save resources. Fuck. Philippines in real life, Philippines are currently independent, and Philippine independence in the 21st century is a result of the United States basically determining that it suited their international self-interest more to have an independent, friendly state. Also, hello, Carmelo. Hello, Carmelo. To have an independent, friendly state in the Philippines than to try and force it to be friendly at gunpoint. That the U.S. kind of determined it wasn't really getting what it wanted out of sending guys in the Philippines and marching around and beating them up. Uh, that's kind of my understanding of it. I'm not super versed in Philippine history. But there's a couple of there's generally a couple of trajectories that decolonizations take. It either becomes fiscally unsustainable or fiscally uninteresting, or I think you're currently in the Philippines one day. It becomes fiscally uninteresting or fiscally unfeasible, or active violent resistance becomes militarily unfeasible, which would be the case of like Algeria, right? Algeria became physically yeah, better to hold hidden leverage than outright control. It definitely depends on the case, right? It's very case by case, and there's advantages and disadvantages if you're from a complete sociopathic standpoint. Wait, hold up. These need to be at the top. Those need to be completed before the barracks. May as well finish those first. What am I getting from this? Government dividends? Okay. Whistle stop tour. Professional practices. Their judgment cannot be trusted. Hold on, now let's take a look at here. I just want to take a look at this. So, government dividends. Logging camps, iron mines, furniture, textile. Okay. So these buildings I've been building are paying off. Brunei is not protected. Yes! Reinforced concrete is one of the best decks in the game. Alright, let's back out of here. Should I just annex them outright or protectorate them? Because what I want them is as a tributary, right? Or a puppet. I want them as a puppet or a tributary, which... Can you release puppets in this game? Is that a thing? Okay, it's here. It's here. Yeah, well, it's also, like, I'm currently at 0 infamy. Oh. Yep, go have a good night, Kira. That's actually kind of a good timing for me to call it a good night. It has been 6 hours. I'm gonna save that as the stream game. Yeah, bye, Kira. Kira has made some very lovely art of me, so I'm an easy big fan of her. So one of my Kakuki Genki desu. Gomen desu, skarechatta. Skarechatta. 私は私の日本語でなんというかタイムゾーン。私のタイムゾーン。私のタイムゾーンなら、私なら、there we go. 私なら、ごめん、4時午後。4時午前. Yeah, my Japanese is falling apart. Do folks have a particular raid target they would like? I did not make a schedule for this week because this has been a mess for me. This has been an absolute mess for me. I do know the rat person. I was debating between the rat person and Cav. Cavalier is a Filipina artist. I think she might still be partner pushing. But if somebody knew a Paradox streamer that was active, that wouldn't be a bad one. What's Rotmos doing? Peeking. She's peeking. I like Cav. But let's take a look. Twitch.tv. Meika's live, of course, because it's horrible hours. Of course, Meika's live. Sui's live. Oh, interestingly, could go with Pocky. Pocky's not new, but I also haven't rated him in forever. Hi, I'm working on it, Sheepy. I'm very tired. I'm very, very tired. What the heck is Pocky doing? That's what I'm trying to find out. If Pocky is peaking. I'm basically trying to. I think we're gonna go with. I'm so indecisive. A Guilty Gear's Drive character. I haven't played Guilty Gear, so I don't know. I don't know. I think we're going with Cav because it's a comeback stream for her. She hasn't streamed in a while. So we're going to Cavalier. I like Cav a lot. Like the country? Or is that a streamer? The problem here is that raiding in this context... Actually, let's use tank. Do you want tank? I like the tank. I mean, in game, I'm hoping to. In game, my objective is honestly not so much to raid England; it is to force Indian independence. Anyway, we are raiding out. Schedule for the week tomorrow. There's movie night. Tomorrow there's a movie night. Tomorrow we are going to watch because this week was the 20th was the moon landing. The 20th was the moon landing, and so we are going to watch the movie Moon tomorrow night on the Discord. I'm planning on streaming Thursday and Saturday. Saturday is going to be a actual drinking stream. Me and Kara, it will be a drinking stream. I'm changing who I am drinking stream with. It will be Kara. Kara soon, lovely Kara. Moon is better than Gravity. Moon's really good. Moon is really, really good. Yes, I do drinking streams. They're very fun. But it looks like we're out of time.